would you not agree that ultimately your client is not agreeing with you over the strategy? The judge is litigating it for the defense. Would you not agree that ultimately it's the lawyer that ultimately has control over the strategy? And if his client doesn't agree with the strategy, then you have ground to withdraw. So now Brad Haywood is litigating this. I mean, think of the optics. The judge is litigating it for the defense. Yeah, of course, you have prosecutor Sarah Sammy. You have prosecutor Stephanie Buck that wants this lawyer off Mustafa's case so bad. And they want Mustafa to be pro se. Basically, have no lawyer. So ultimately, Judge Carol Weimer granted Mustafa's defense attorney to withdraw from the case. And there's a hearing that's set for January 7th. And what they're going to litigate is that Mustafa waived his right to a lawyer based on his action. And that's where they want to drive Mustafa to. They don't want Mustafa to have a lawyer. And what they've done, they assigned a temporary lawyer to litigate, not a lawyer for the case, a lawyer for this hearing. Whether Mustafa can be taken into trial with a lawyer, without a lawyer. And they want to blame Mustafa for not having a lawyer. So prosecutor Sarah Sammy is supposed to file this by December 19th. It's the other way around. Sarah Sammy is supposed to file by December 19th. And then, Sarah Sammy is supposed to file this by December 19th. And Mustafa's temporary lawyer for the specific hearing is supposed to file a response by December 29th. And the hearing is going to be held on January 7th. We're going to continue to put Brad Haywood under the microscope. We're going to find out why Brad Haywood withdrew from the case. What pressure is Brad Haywood under? Is he a lawyer that's working for the county? We're going to ask these questions. I'm not going to jump to that conclusion. I'm going to let you decide based on what he's saying in court, based on what he's doing in court. We have the filing. We have the transcript. You're going to decide in what Brad Haywood has done in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. Is Brad Haywood working for the county since the beginning? Is Brad Haywood under threat by the county to not come up with the results that's going to show that this is a falsified case? So today in this podcast, we're going to go over the transcript from the first motion to withdraw and why Brad Haywood wanted to withdraw out of Mustafa's case. And we're going to circle back and go over the highlights from yesterday's hearing. The second motion to withdraw, where Judge Weimer ultimately granted Brad Haywood to withdraw without asking him and holding him accountable. What happened to the money, over $100,000 that was pumped into his case to hire independent expert? Where did that money go? Where are the results that Judge Carol Weimer ordered to have done for the reconstruction of the vehicle accident, the extraction of the dash camera by the end of September? Judge Carol Weimer is not asking this defense attorney what happened to the money and the results from the independent experts. And ultimately, the question is this an ineffective counsel? Is Brad Haywood ineffective? We're going to ask the question, did Brad Haywood withdraw because of Mustafa's action? Or did Brad Haywood withdraw because he's under pressure by the county not to uncover the falsified case in the material? And what does it mean for a presiding judge, Judge Carol Weimer, not to ask, where did the $100,000 go? The money that's being paid and pumped into Mustafa Al-Jazairi's case. That's your taxpayers' money that's pumped into the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. And now the presiding judge, Judge Carol Weimer, is not asking, where did that money go? Instead, he allows Brad Haywood to withdraw without asking a single question. What we're also going to do, we're going to have to, because of this hearing, I didn't want to do it before. I didn't want to release the phone calls, the text messages, the email that we had with Brad Haywood, because Brad Haywood has been in communication with us, and Brad Haywood is under fire for releasing sealed material. Now, there's a protective order that was placed onto this case by Judge Carol Weimer. Brad Haywood signed the protective order, and the letter, the email that Mustafa gave to the presiding judge, Brad Haywood visited Mustafa the day before yesterday's hearing and supplied him with an email that he had sent us, this podcast. In the detail of the email, he's releasing sealed material. And the question is, the judge read that letter where Brad Haywood is releasing sealed material. Now the question is, Brad Haywood violated the protective order that Judge Carol Weimer put on this case. What is Judge Weimer doing about a lawyer that's breaking the seal, that's releasing sealed material? He tells Judge Weimer, because Mustafa is responsible for this podcast, that this podcast is releasing sealed material when in fact he is in communication. Brad Haywood is in communication with us, and he's been releasing sealed material to us. And now the judge knows, and he just allows him to remove himself without holding him accountable for releasing sealed material, for not asking him what happened to the funds that was pumped into this case. Where is the result from the reconstruction and the extraction? So when we come back, we're going to dive into the transcript, and we're going to get to hear what happened on November 6th, the first motion to withdraw, and what was Brad Haywood telling the judge. And then as we're going through this transcript, we're going to release the text messages, the emails, and the communication that we've been having with Brad Haywood to show that Brad Haywood is lying to the presiding judge.
On the internet, if any of that is posted anywhere on the internet, we're going to have problems. Whatever copies have been made of that, those need to be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay. If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.
Okay.
If you disclose that information in any way, all of it needs to be destroyed now. But if you disclose it in any way, it's going to put me in a position where I will have to withdraw from the case. If you all choose to go on the internet and try to publicize this stuff, that's going to create real problems.
Okay.
You can't do it, is what I'm telling you. You cannot do it. I will have to move to withdraw from the case.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
So make sure everybody's aware of that. Okay. If any of that is posted anywhere on the internet, we're going to have problems. Whatever copies have been made of that, those need to be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay. If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.
Okay.
If you
This is not another boring podcast. Mustafa through the police body cam. Brad Haywood, the defense attorney, is under the microscope. Now, I think to understand what is going on, I think is very relevant because there is a hearing that's going to be held on the 7th of January. Now, we weren't going to release any phone calls, any text messages, but all this communication is going to be used in court Because yesterday the presiding judge told the prosecutor Sarah Sammy and Stephanie Buck, prosecutor Sarah Sammy got up and she said, Your Honor, Mustafa should absolutely be pro se. We shouldn't give him a lawyer because it's because of Mustafa that Mustafa does not have a lawyer. And she tells him, Your Honor, I'm going to release the phone calls between him and the family. That's interesting. Judge Carol Weimer tells her, I'm not going to allow you to just release hundreds of hours of phone calls and tell me, good luck, go listen to 100 hours of phone calls. Absolutely not. What I want you to do is tell me exactly where to listen to, that you want to tell me that Mustafa is somehow responsible for this podcast. Last time I checked, he's in solitary confinement. He has no control over this media outlet. So, unfortunately for prosecutor Sarah Sammy, I record all my phone calls with Mustafa, and whatever she wants to release, we're going to release it on this podcast. I'm in control. I have all the recordings. Mustafa has nothing to do, has no control over what I do on this podcast. You want to litigate the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case? We're going to litigate it in a public domain to find out what you're doing in this case. We have evidence that you, prosecutor, are using officers that falsified this whole entire case. Now, before Brad Haywood entered the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case back in February, I have already hacked the police department server. I've entered evidence.com, and I've gained access to the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case, the whole entire case, the body cam, the sealed body cam, the sealed discovery. I'm in possession of the whole entire file, and I've been very active in leaking it on the internet. And Mustafa has no control over what I do. I've gone into the server. I have the file. And I can do whatever I want. This is a media outlet. The same way Julie Carey with NBC4 is a media outlet. This is a media outlet and is releasing information. Now, prosecutor Sarah Sammy is going to be presenting phone call conversations from jail that Mustafa had with the family. We're going to be releasing, we're going to counter, okay, just so that prosecutor can't take things out of context. And apparently that's what she likes to do. And we're forced, because of what's happening, because they're holding a hearing, that Mustafa should have his rights waived to have a lawyer based on his action, as of a guy that's in solitary confinement is responsible to what goes on the outside. We're going to have to release our text communication with Brad Haywood. I didn't want to, but the county is forcing my hand. So far, I haven't released any of it. But because there is a hearing, these will be used as exhibits to litigate this hearing. We have to release the text communication for Mustafa's defense attorney, Brad Haywood. I have to release all the phone calls that I have with Brad Haywood. I have to release all the emails that I had with Brad Haywood. And unfortunately for Brad Haywood, is going to put him in a really bad position. Because Brad Haywood, and, you know, I don't think Brad Haywood coming into this case knew what he was walking into. Yesterday, highlights from yesterday's podcast, and it was very enlightening. Judge Carol Weimer, on the record, admitted to hiring Brad Haywood, appointing Brad Haywood as Mustafa's defense attorney. That's a problem, because evidence show that Judge Carol Weimer has not been impartial in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. For 2.5 years, Judge Carol Weimer allowed a prosecutor to lie about the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. We have the body cams. We have the discovery. It's no longer my word against the county. No, I have the evidence. Judge Carol Weimer allowed prosecutor Sarah Sammy and prosecutor Stephanie Buck to falsify the whole entire Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. 2.5 years this went on. This judge is not impartial. And now he's admitting to hiring Mustafa's lawyer. That's a problem. Regardless, this is on the record. So we're going to have to release the text messages, the phone calls, the email. And I think a good way of starting this podcast, and instead of jumping into the transcript, because if we're gonna read the transcript without having relevant background, I don't think it's gonna make any sense. You're not gonna understand why Brad Haywood is saying what he's saying. You're not gonna understand why Mustafa is saying what he's saying. I think it's relevant to understand what is going on behind closed doors, so that way you understand what is Brad Haywood doing. And it doesn't look good for Brad Haywood, because Brad Haywood, in February, promised Mustafa that he was going to reconstruct his vehicle accident, extract the dash camera. Evidence showed that the county cut and muted Mustafa's dash camera. Brad Haywood was supposed to go over the hard drive that was given to him and sit down with Mustafa. Brad Haywood was supposed to go over the discovery material, the police body cams that showed this county falsified the whole entire case. Brad Haywood didn't do any of it. I remember back in February, Brad Haywood would tell Mustafa and then circle back and tell us that he is getting the discovery material from the prosecutor. And then come April, he said he finally got the material, and then that he was studying the case, that he needed time. Just give me a little bit more time. And I promise you, what I'm going to do is I'm going to file for the reconstruction of the vehicle accident and the extraction of the dash camera, and then I'm going to go over the material of the discovery. And then Brad Haywood asked for funds from the county, and he hired a private investigator, Sam. Now, Sam's job was to go over the discovery with Mustafa. But that didn't happen. And the question is, Brad Haywood, you paid Sam over $20,000 from the funds that you got from the county. What did Sam do in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case? Because I have an email that you said Sam left. When we talked about what had Sam done at one point, you said Sam left. Now, as a defense attorney, you brought Sam in. And when you find out that he hasn't done anything in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case, you're misappropriating funds. You're depleting Mustafa's funds. You tell us that Sam just got up and left. Wait a minute. So as a defense attorney, you're not going to hire the individual that you brought in this case that is simply depleting the funds? What has your investigator done in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case? He didn't go over any discovery material with Mustafa. What has Sam done that you gave him over $20,000 from Mustafa's funds? And by the way, these are all going to be bar complaints. This is going to be litigated. And we're going to get to the bottom of how you depleted $100,000 and you did not come up with the reconstruction of the vehicle accident, the extraction of the dash camera, and go over Mustafa's hard drive and other exculpatory evidence. We're going to get to the bottom of what happened to that money. So, Brad Haywood, the defense attorney, would tell Mustafa, would circle back, tell us that give me time, I'm studying the case, I'm reviewing the body cams. And then fast forward to, let's pull up the text message between us and Brad Haywood.
Making development.
So that way, when we're making claims, we have evidence to back up what we're saying. It's not my word against Brad Haywood. I don't want to be unfair to Brad. When I make certain claims on this podcast, I have the evidence to back it up. And we want to get, as a community, as a media outlet, we want to get to the bottom of what is Brad Haywood done in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. And what are they doing to Mustafa? This whole entire case, Mustafa gets in a vehicle accident, a tragic vehicle accident. Mustafa lost his girlfriend and her 5-year-old baby in that vehicle accident. Mustafa was in a coma. He was helicoptered to the hospital. Details that are coming out of this case that Mustafa did everything he can to avoid a vehicle accident. Mustafa's foot, the computer inside the vehicle, the ACM showed that Mustafa's foot is on the brake the whole entire time. The police department inspected Mustafa's vehicle and found brake failure. So even though Mustafa is trying to stop the vehicle, his foot is on the brake the whole entire time, the vehicle would not stop. Mustafa avoids every vehicle, makes it to the 4th lane, and the SUV turns into Mustafa. Evidence showed that Mustafa did everything he can to avoid a vehicle accident. This is a body cam where the police department
right rear
inspected Mustafa's vehicle and found brake failure. Now, the county sealed off this case, and for over 2.5 years, they did not tell this community that Mustafa had brake failure, that Mustafa did everything he can to avoid a vehicle accident. This is a body cam
right rear
where the police department inspects Mustafa's vehicle and find the back caliper did not engage, the front caliper, passenger caliper, did not engage. So even though Mustafa's foot is on the brake the whole entire time, the vehicle would not stop. Let's watch this body cam.
tire, right rear tire, brake, didn't engage.
This is a body cam that's been sealed by the county for over 2.5 years. When Julie Carey reports on Mustafa's case, she never told this community that the police department inspected Mustafa's vehicle and found brake failure. She never told this community that the computer inside Mustafa's vehicle show that his foot is on the brake the whole entire time. The county falsified Mustafa's statements and said, you, Mustafa, the investigator Robert Drum, falsified the reports. He said, you, Mustafa, told me you were arguing inside the vehicle. Wait a minute. There's a recording to that conversation. Mustafa never said that. And then the county goes on, seals off the dash camera inside Mustafa's vehicle. Mustafa has a dash camera. And now we're finding out that the county, Officer Chad Mason, evidence show that he cut and muted the dash camera. Julie Carey, when she finally released a portion of the dash camera, what she released on NBC4 is an edited version, and she tells this community this dash camera doesn't have audio and it's cut before impact. Julie Carey says the police department, prosecutor Sarah Sammy, prosecutor Commonwealth Amy Ashworth specifically, says that this dash camera doesn't have audio. Wait a minute. And it's cut before impact. Wait a minute. Why does a dash camera doesn't have audio and it's cut before impact? Now, what Julie Carey have done is released an edited version of the dash camera. What am I talking about? You find out they want to tell you that there's an argument inside the vehicle. They went as far as falsifying Mustafa's statement and said Mustafa told us, when evidence show there's a recording that Mustafa never said that. What is on this dash camera that the county sealed off this dash camera? Julie Carey releases an edited version of this dash camera. What is on this dash camera? You find out, let's go to the dash camera, that Julie Carey is releasing this edited version of the dash camera. And what she has done is she would chop up this dash camera. She would, you see that time frame at the top left corner? We measured the frame compared it with the original dash camera, because now we're in possession of the dash camera. I hacked the server for the police department, evidence.com. I've gained access to the dash camera. I've compared what Julie Carey released on NBC4, and what I'm finding out is that Julie Carey chopped up this dash camera.
This is some of the dash cam video the prosecution played for the judge to try.
That time frame on the top left corner, you're going to see a change. What Julie Carey does, she fast forward and rewind and take certain frames. And what she's done is cut the most crucial piece of evidence that's going to show that there is no argument inside the vehicle.
Try to convince him to keep.
The question is, what did Julie Carey cut out of this dash camera? It's heavily edited, taking this dash camera out of context. I mean, you take portions, you fast forward back and forth, and you've removed a crucial piece of evidence that showed that the county lied about that Mustafa was arguing with Dorothy. Let's watch.
Keep Mustafa Al-Jazairi behind bars. It shows the moments before his car crashed into oncoming traffic, killing his.
You see how that switches to 3621. Now we're at 3642.
Killing his girlfriend, Dorothy Fontaine, and her 5-year-old daughter. There is no.
We're back to, you see, watch that number on the top left corner, 45 seconds.
No audio, but prosecutors say the couple's facial expressions indicated they were arguing, continuing a fight that began earlier in the day over a former boyfriend. Then, as the car
fast forward to 3645.
reaches an intersection, it veers left into oncoming traffic. Prosecutors saying Al-Jazairi did it intentionally. Another camera angle.
It goes back to 3645.
Victim's face and fear as she braces for impact. Al-Jazairi's expression changing little.
Now, you hear Julie Carey harp on Al-Jazairi's facial changes little. And what the county says, Mustafa's facial reaction does not change. Well, let's zoom in on Mustafa's facial reaction. And find out what's going on. What you see here, the dash camera cuts off before impact. Let's watch the dash camera. So the dash camera, Mustafa is trying to pass a vehicle in front of him. He finds himself in a position that he can't get back into traffic. That vehicle on the right blocks him. He slams on the brake. There's a computer inside the vehicle that shows Mustafa slammed on the brake. The whole time his foot is on the brake. We just watched a body cam where the police inspected Mustafa's vehicle and there is brake failure. The vehicle would not stop. Now you find yourself in a position you can't get back into traffic and you're in oncoming traffic. You're already in oncoming traffic. There's nowhere to go. What Mustafa does, he avoids every vehicle. He avoids that white vehicle right there. He avoids every vehicle, and the camera cuts off. Now you find out that the camera inside cuts off before the camera, while the camera outside is still rolling. How does that happen? I mean, first of all, a camera doesn't cut off just by itself. And then not alone, the camera facing inside the vehicle just cuts off while the camera facing outside is still rolling. What they've done, I mean, when you count the frames, this is 17 frames missing from Mustafa's camera facing inside the vehicle. The camera inside cuts off at 8.0. Cuts off while the camera outside continues rolling to 8.3. If you count the frames, that's 17 frames missing from the camera facing inside. Specifically, 17 frames missing from Mustafa's facial reaction. Now, the officer that showed up, Officer Chad Mason, testified in a motion to dismiss that he said when he got on scene, took Mustafa's dash camera back to his vehicle, took the SD card, plugged it into his laptop. He said he downloaded the files, sat on those files for 2 days, and then got a warrant for this dash camera 2 days later. What he was supposed to do is take the dash camera. There's a chain of custody. Is get a warrant for the dash camera, then take the dash camera to digital forensic. Digital forensic is supposed to mirror and copy the files to protect the integrity of the original files. And then her job was to upload it to the police department server, evidence.com. That didn't happen in this case. What Chad Mason is talking about is he said, I broke the chain of custody. I took the dash camera back to my car, took the SD card, plugged it into my laptop, downloaded the files, then took the SD card, plugged it back into the dash camera, went back to the vehicle, and put it back into the windshield. I sat on those files for 2 days. 2 days later is when I decided to get a warrant. 2 days later is when I uploaded the files to the police department server, evidence.com. What this officer did is he cut and muted this dash camera. Now, you tell me, what's your evidence that he cut and muted this dash camera? I tell you that Officer Zymuth with Digital Forensic, when she finally got this dash camera, she says that this dash camera does have audio. Or let's look at a document with Officer Zymuth with Digital Forensic, where she put on Mustafa's case file that this dash camera does in fact have audio. This is Officer Zymuth.
My name is Katie Zamus. I'm a detective in digital forensics on the Prince William County Police Department.
This is a document that she put on Mustafa's file on April 24, 2023. Officer Zymus says, although the last several videos recorded on the device did not appear to have sound, the sound record feature on the device was turned on. So it's not turned off. So it should record audio. She said, although the last several videos recorded on the device did not appear to have sound, the sound record feature on the device was turned on. I opened the file with VLC and the sound did not play. Of course, VLC is the wrong app because this is a Rexon dash camera. As a digital forensic, she should know that. She's been working with the police department for just about 15 years. She opened it with the wrong app, did not play. Well, I wonder why it didn't play. I then opened the last recorded file on the device with a program called Media Info, which showed that the file did not have an audio track, which is also the wrong media program to open this file. This is a Rexon dash camera. It has its own Rexon app. I then opened the file, which showed that the file did have an audio track. I then opened the file with Audacity, which is another wrong app, which is a free audio editing program. The track that should have contained sound wave appeared flat. We go back to Cassie Zymus' original statement. Although the last several videos recorded on the device did not appear to have sound. So you're telling us only the last couple of videos didn't have sound, but the rest of the dash camera did. Now, Officer Zymus, in a motion to dismiss, testified. She says, there's this dash camera. There's no way an audio file would have audio in the end and would not, either it has audio or it doesn't have audio. There's no way that an audio track halfway cuts off. It just doesn't work that way. She says, as an expert, I'm testifying that either it has audio or it doesn't have audio. She says, this dash camera does have audio, and she heard the audio, but not on the last couple of videos. What are you telling us? Either it has audio or it doesn't have audio. You said you heard the audio, and then you testify, you say, it can't just be halfway. Either it has audio or it doesn't have audio. You're telling us that you heard the audio. But then here I'm reading that you're opening this dash camera in the wrong apps. Evidence showed that this county cut and muted this dash camera. Evidence showed that this dash camera does have audio. And that's where Brad Haywood comes in. He was supposed to hire an independent expert, and the county gave him money to go in and take the audio and get the full dash camera. Now, we go back to Julie Carey. And the question is, what did Julie Carey leave and edit out of this dash camera? We just watched. Julie Carey tells us that Mustafa's facial reaction did not change. Absolutely, that's a lie. When you zoom in on Mustafa's facial reaction, even though they took 17 frames out of Mustafa's facial reaction, you see this. This is Mustafa right before the camera cuts off. You see that he sticks his tongue inside his cheeks. You see that his jaw is wide open. Mustafa is reacting in panic to a vehicle accident. And what they've done here is they took 17 frames out of Mustafa's facial reaction. We go back to Julie Carey. What did Julie Carey edit out of Mustafa's dash camera? This is Mustafa's dash camera. Julie Carey started the dash camera here. This is where Julie Carey started the dash camera. Now, if you literally rewind this dash camera 20 seconds, what you see is that Mustafa and Dorothy are passing back and forth a cigarette. Wait a minute. They're telling you that Mustafa and Dorothy are arguing. That Mustafa is arguing with his girlfriend. He's in a heated argument. Wait a minute. What Julie Carey edited out of this dash camera, literally 20 seconds, you see that Mustafa and Dorothy, Mustafa is passing a cigarette, a hemp cigarette, to Dorothy, and the way Dorothy feels Mustafa's fingers when she takes that cigarette. NBC4 has an obligation to not take evidence out of context. Julie Carey is helping the prosecutor, is helping the police department to falsify the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. We're going to watch that one more time. Watch how Mustafa's girlfriend feels Mustafa's fingers when she takes that cigarette. They never told the community that Mustafa and Dorothy were sharing a hemp cigarette. They edited that portion out of the dash camera. So the county seals off the full dash camera. Julie Carey finally releases an edited version of the dash camera and essentially lied to the community. This is Mustafa's toxicology report. And by the way, that cigarette, they passed that hemp cigarette back and forth 6 times. You want to tell me that there is an argument inside the vehicle, but you're going to edit the dash camera, take it out of context, fast forward, rewind, and edit the cigarette. Why? Because you want to protect the narrative that's coming out of the police department? This is Mustafa's toxicology report. This is a toxicology report. Mustafa Al-Jazairi. This is blood alcohol non-detected. So no alcohol in Mustafa's system. THC 0.0003. There's no drugs in Mustafa's system, which shows that the cigarette that they're passing back and forth is a hemp cigarette. And this is the foundation of the whole entire case. You want to say that Mustafa was angry, was in a heated argument with his girlfriend, but then you've sealed off the dash camera. You, the county, is terrified. You, the police department, you, Prosecutor Sarah Sammy, Prosecutor Stephanie Buck, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth, is terrified to show this community the full dash camera. You sealed off this dash camera. I had to hack into the server, get into evidence.com, steal the dash camera, and show this community that you, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth, is lying to the community. You, Julie Carey, with NBC4, is helping this county falsify a whole entire case. Now, we go back to Brad Haywood. Brad Haywood sits on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year and then tells the judge, Your Honor, my client is releasing sealed material. That somehow my client that's in solitary confinement is somehow has any control over what I do on this podcast. Well, if he has control over what we do on this media outlet, why not go after Julie Carey? Can Mustafa control what goes on NBC4? You want to blame the guy that's sitting in solitary confinement. You know, I find it interesting that Brad Haywood is sitting here blaming Mustafa and blaming this podcast that we're releasing sealed material. I find it really interesting that who released sealed material on the internet? Commonwealth Amy Ashworth put a seal on this case. When you put on the FOIA, you can't request, your FOIA is going to get denied. Your Freedom of Information Act, when you put on the FOIA, the government is supposed to give you the police body cam, is supposed to give you the document, is supposed to give you access into the dash camera inside the vehicle, evidence to verify what they're telling you. In this case, the Commonwealth attorney sealed off the case. But somehow, some way, Julie Carey is releasing sealed material. The dash camera that we just watched, that's taken out of context, is on NBC4. Wait a minute, I thought this dash camera was under seal. How is Julie Carey allowed to release a dash camera? Oh, wait a minute, you're going to release what helps the county falsify this case. Wait a minute. If you look up the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case, on day one, investigator Robert Drum, Julie Carey says, investigators say Mustafa killed his girlfriend and her 5-year-old baby on purpose. Who's releasing sealed material? Who's lying about this case? Who's litigating this case on the internet? Who's litigating this case on the news? The police department is releasing information. Julie Carey is releasing information. And you're going to come after this media outlet and somehow blame the guy that's sitting in solitary confinement. So the police department comes out and says Mustafa on NBC, or all over NBC4 on day one, says Mustafa, investigators say that Mustafa killed his girlfriend and her 5-year-old baby. And then they seal off the case. Wait a minute. You, the police department, are lying about this case. And I have to hack into the server for the police department to prove that you lied about this case. Mustafa did everything he can to avoid a vehicle accident. You, the police department, on day one, came out and said Mustafa intentionally crashed into oncoming traffic. Let's watch what Julie Carey had told us on day one. That's YouTube. Mustafa Al-Jazairi. All right. Let's see. Let's see what comes up. And let's see. I mean, they want to hold a whole entire hearing and say, Mustafa, because of your action, we're not going to give you a lawyer. Mustafa, somehow, you, the guy that we put in solitary confinement for over 2.5 years, is in charge of this podcast. Well, let's watch what Julie Carey is talking about on day one.
Build on-brand assets in no time with Canva's AI-powered design generator. Simply type an idea and watch it appear. A fully customizable design from a single prompt.
Let's see if this is...
Only on 4 tonight, there are new questions being...
New at 5 tonight, a Prince William County...
A devastating crash we first told you about last week. You might remember this one here. Police say a woman and a 5-year-old girl died in Prince William County after the car they were in crossed into oncoming traffic. All new tonight, police have charged the driver. They believe he crashed on purpose. Our Katie Lusso spoke to the little girl's father.
New at...
Let's see the part where they say, investigators say. Mustafa Al-Jazairi. Let's see.
Another serious crash in Northern Virginia has changed a family forever. Police say a woman and a 5-year-old died after the car they were in went into oncoming traffic. Our Katie Lusso has the story from Montclair, right near Dumfries in Prince William County.
While we do not know if speed played a factor in this crash, neighbors say that drivers go so fast up and down this stretch of Dumfries Road that they've given it quite a nickname.
Raceway 234 or Northern Daytona 500.
Jennifer and Jonathan Lear live just up the street from where Wednesday night Prince William County police say a man driving this car veered into oncoming traffic and hit this SUV head on. His passengers, 33-year-old Dorothy Ann Fontaine and a 5-year-old little girl, were both killed. Both drivers were taken to the hospital and are expected to survive. The exact cause of the crash is still under investigation.
4 ambulances, a car in the wall, and another car facing the wrong way.
The Lears say they've seen their fair share of crashes along Dumfries Road since they moved here 12 years ago.
You go up and down 234, you're going to see so many memorials.
Just 2 blocks up at the intersection of Country Club Drive, a memorial in the intersection where in July of last year, a man was killed in a crash. Since 2021, there have been at least 11 crashes along Dumfries Road between Fortuna Center Plaza and Country Club Drive, according to data from the Virginia Department of Transportation. The Lears believe speeding is behind.
Only on 4 tonight, newly released dashcam video shows the seconds before a car crashed into oncoming traffic and killed a woman and her young daughter.
Now, the man who has been jailed for more than a year, accused of intentionally causing that crash, may soon bond out of jail. He faces 2 charges of second-degree murder. Only on 4 tonight, there are new questions being raised in the case of a man charged with murder.
When you look up the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case, all over the news, Julie Carey comes out and says, investigators say Mustafa intentionally drove into oncoming traffic, leaving out that this is a vehicle accident, that Mustafa did everything he can to avoid a vehicle accident, and this police department lied. Now, initially, Julie Carey reported on that the police department says this is intentional. Why not update the story? She releases an edited version of the dash camera. Why not update the story that you are releasing an edited version of the dash camera? They want to tell you that Mustafa is responsible for material on the internet. Well, if you look at the history of this case, you find out that Julie Carey, the police department, is all over this case. The police department is all over the news. So they want to come out and lie about the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. And when there's a media outlet that released information that showed the police department lied, you want to hold the guy that you falsified his case. And you want to punish him by removing his lawyer and have him go into trial without a lawyer. That's how you're going to punish Mustafa. That somehow Mustafa is responsible for what I do on this outlet. Let's go into Brad Haywood. Let's take it from the beginning, I think, to really understand what Brad Haywood has done in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case, is find out what has Brad Haywood done in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. That after a year of promising Mustafa that he was going to reconstruct the vehicle accident, extract the dash camera, go over exculpatory evidence with him, after a whole entire year, Brad Haywood withdraws from the case. And he wants to tell you the communication between me and my client have deteriorated. Let's read the filing that Brad Haywood put in this case. This is a public, by the way, the filing is all public now. If you go to Prince William County and you file to gain access, you just literally walk into Prince William County here in Virginia, Circuit Court, and go and ask for case number CR 23002-167-00. Every document that's been filed in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case has been now unsealed, is now public, and you yourself can go in and verify this information yourself. So we have the filing. We gained access into this. We got the public filing. And here we see that Brad Haywood have filed a motion to withdraw on the 27th. You see right there on the 27th. So on the 27th, October 27th, he filed a motion to withdraw. Let's see what Brad Haywood is telling the presiding judge. So Brad Haywood is assigned to Mustafa's case in February. He's been promising Mustafa that he was going to get to the bottom of what they're doing in his case, and all of a sudden, he files this. All right, item 1, let's make that a little bit bigger. Item 1, Mustafa Al-Jazairi has been unjustly accused of murder, which was the product of a deeply biased and flawed investigation and merit violation of Al-Jazairi's constitutional rights. Undersigned counsel firmly believed in Mustafa Al-Jazairi's innocence. So here you have Mustafa's defense attorney is telling the presiding judge that my client is innocent. Item 2, regrettably, there has been a complete and irreparable breakdown in communication. So he's telling him, my client is innocent. The police falsified this case. But unfortunately, there's a complete and irreparable breakdown in communication between counsel and Mr. Al-Jazairi, which prevents counsel from providing effective, zealous representation, as is Al-Jazairi's Sixth Amendment rights. So let me ask you a question, Brad Haywood. So you were assigned in February. You filed this in... You filed it on October 27th. So you had good communication with your client. When did you have a breakdown in communication with your client? You were assigned in February, and this is a document on October. What happened that you filed a motion to withdraw? Well, let's go into the communication that we've had with Brad Haywood and what was Mustafa asking us to relay to Brad Haywood. Because Brad Haywood would not pick up Mustafa's phone. Mustafa would call him over 100 times. And essentially, we were relaying information to his defense attorney, telling his defense attorney, hey, your client has been calling you. And he would tell us, well, tell him this, tell him that, tell him that, tell him I'm working on his case, I'm reviewing the material, tell him that I promise you, Mustafa, that I'm going to reconstruct your vehicle accident, that I'm going to extract your dash camera. I'm working on it, Mustafa. And then finally, all the way until September, he files a Brady motion. Brad Haywood files a Brady motion, accusing the police department of hiding Brady material, hiding body cams, cutting an editing body cam before they uploaded them into the server. And he's demanding that material. And he had also filed that he filed for his independent experts to have money to go in and reconstruct the vehicle, extract the dash camera. Judge Carol Weimer gave him an order to do those two things. And that's all the way in September. So clearly you had a good communication with your client that you're promising him that you're going to do 1, 2, and 3. That you're working on his case. And we would call Mustafa back and tell him, Mustafa, your lawyer said he's working on it. Mustafa, your lawyer said he's busy. That he's sorry that he didn't pick up your phone here or there. I mean, once in a blue moon, all of a sudden, Brad Haywood will pick up Mustafa's phone. But essentially, we were relaying information back and forth to Mustafa. His lawyer is absent. For the whole entire year, Brad Haywood would tell Mustafa, that's why I have so much communication. The phone calls, the text messages, the emails. So Brad Haywood, clearly, you're promising your client that you're working on his case. And all of a sudden, on October 27, you file a motion to withdraw, telling the judge, my client is innocent. The police department falsified his case. But I have to withdraw because there's a breakdown in communication. Well, let's go over the text messages. Let's go over the text messages to show what Brad Haywood is doing. I think that's going to shed light on what is going on and what had Brad Haywood done in Mustafa's case up to where he wanted to withdraw from Mustafa's case. All right, so this is, let's see if everybody can see this. I think so. Yep. All right, so that's Brad Haywood. That's the defense attorney. In June 13 at 5:29 p.m., Brad, how are you, sir? This is me telling Brad, how are you, sir? Just touching base with you about setting up the appointment when we can sit down with you and Sam. That's the private investigator that Brad Haywood hired. Thank you, and I look forward to hearing from you, Ammar Al-Jazairi. This is in June. Brad Haywood was assigned to Mustafa's case in February. And every day we would get on the podcast and we would say, where the fuck is Mustafa's defense attorney? Brad Haywood, you promised your client that you were going to reconstruct the vehicle. You were going to reconstruct the vehicle accident. You were going to extract the dash camera. Where are you, sir? And this is not to attack Brad Haywood. We're not attacking Brad Haywood. We would hold everyday podcast, just about every day, and we would litigate the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. And we would talk and ask the question, where is Brad Haywood? That's not having a bad relationship with the lawyer. That's asking what is going on. This is a public case. This is a case that's all over the internet. There's a giant leak before Brad Haywood entered this case. And this media outlet is very open. I'm very open about discussing what the county is doing in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. And I would get on the podcast and I would say, where is Mustafa's defense attorney? That's not to attack him. That's not attacking him. We're just asking, what have you done? And we did that before Brad Haywood entered Mustafa's case. We did that in February. We did that in March. I mean, I can look up. This is really interesting. Let's see. I'll look up something that. Let's see. This is from one of my clips where I ask. Let's see. Brad Haywood wants to say the breakdown in communication. because of the podcast, because the family is holding podcasts about me. Wait a minute. This is back in April. And if you go to March, February, you're going to see me talking about Brad Haywood. Asking, where is Mustafa's defense attorney and what has Mustafa's defense attorney done? Now, this is in April. And Brad Haywood sat down with me multiple times. I have those conversations recorded. Brad Haywood, I talked to Brad Haywood, Mustafa's defense attorney, so many times over the phone. I have those phone calls recorded. I have so much text messaging with Brad Haywood. After this, let's watch what I'm saying here. And now you have Brad Haywood. Why isn't Brad Haywood asking for the audio? I mean, Brad Haywood's been sitting on Mustafa's case for almost, 4 months? That's right. I believe it's 4 months. He's been Mustafa's defense attorney for over 4 months. Why hasn't he hired a expert to examine the SD card that the police department is in possession of? Especially when you open Mustafa's file and you find that the Officer Zymus with digital forensic with Prince William County is in possession of the audio. And now, this is 4 months ago. I mean, this is literally, when you look at the timestamp. Let's look at the timestamp really quick. You see that timestamp right here? That's on a YouTube channel 4 months ago. And then if you go back to March, you go back to February, I'm saying the same thing. I'm like a broken record. And we're only asking for the most basic thing in this case. We're asking, where's the reconstruction of the vehicle accident? This is a car accident, and the county says intentional. Okay? Wouldn't you think that you're going to reconstruct the vehicle accident to find out? But the county is blocking it. We have evidence that there's a judge order 2.5 years ago to reconstruct the vehicle accident. We hired an independent expert, and the county blocked the reconstruction of the vehicle. That's 2.5 years ago. And this is what we've been saying. Brad Haywood, where are you in doing the most basic thing in Mustafa's case? And so this is 4 months ago, and this is a text message where I'm telling Brad Haywood, after us being very public, I mean, Brad Haywood, the problem here is Brad Haywood wants to litigate and say, because of the breakdown in communication. When did we have a breakdown in communication? Last time I checked, you told me that this podcast is the best thing that can happen to Mustafa because you are exposing what this county is doing to my client. I literally have that on a recorded phone call. And now all of a sudden you're upset at the podcast? I wonder why all of a sudden you're upset at the podcast. Is it because all of a sudden your client is asking you for the most basic thing that you should do in this case? Specifically, right after you filed the Brady motion, right after Judge Carol Weimer gave you the order to reconstruct the vehicle accident, gave you the order to extract the dash camera, the county gave you money to hire your independent expert, and he gave you a specific timeline. Judge Weimer said on a transcript, on the record, he said, by the end of September, Brad Haywood, I need you to come up with the results. I need your independent expert to go in and extract the dash camera and reconstruct his vehicle. And you said, yes, Your Honor. It's on a transcript. So when your client asks you, where is my dash camera? Hey, Brad, where is the reconstruction of my vehicle accident? Can I go over my exculpatory evidence? Brad Haywood literally tells Mustafa, dude, fuck off. Fuck off? And the interesting part is, Brad Haywood yesterday in a motion to withdraw, in the second motion to withdraw in the hearing, he admitted to telling Mustafa fuck off. And he tells Judge Weimer, Your Honor, when I told Mustafa to fuck off, I didn't mean it in a bad way. I meant it in a lovely way. The fuck are you talking about? What does that even mean? I mean, you're not talking to someone that's in a normal situation. You're not talking to your buddy at Starbucks. You're talking to a guy that's been in solitary confinement for over 2.5 years. You're talking to a guy that's been beaten and abused by a correctional officer inside the county jail. You're talking to a guy that the police department, that you tell the presiding judge, the police department falsified his case. You're going to go in and tell him to go fuck off? Go fuck himself? I mean, what the fuck is going on here? That's on the record. That's literally on the record. I didn't mean to tell him fuck off in a bad way. I meant to tell him fuck off in a lovely way. The fuck are you talking about? All right, so we go back to Brad Haywood's text messages. All right, so after what we just watched, me being very public about where is Brad Haywood, I sent Brad Haywood a text. By the way, I have phone calls before all this. So we're going to be releasing the phone calls. But right now, let's just read the text. All right, so this is on June 13, 5/29. All right, let's see. There we go. Brad, how are you, sir? Just touching base with you about setting up the appointment when we can sit down with you and Sam, the private investigator that Brad Haywood hired. Thank you, and I look forward to hearing from you. Amar Al-Jazairi. Brad Haywood replies at 10:23 p.m. on June 13. Let me know your availability the week of 6/23. All right, so I reply back to him the same night, June 13, 11:23 p.m. 6/25 is perfect. All right. June 17 at 12:19 p.m. I say, Brad, just touching base with you, confirming time and date of our appointment, 6/25 at 3 p.m. All right. On June 17, Brad Haywood replies back to me on June 17, timestamp 1:32 p.m. I'm checking with Sam. That's the private investigator that Brad Haywood had brought into Mustafa's case. I'm checking in with Sam about his availability. It would have to be midday, maybe before lunch, because I have a preliminary hearing at 1:30 p.m. in Fairfax. Sam actually just got back to me. Could you make it 11:30 a.m.? Would that work? Question mark. All right. I said, that's perfect. All right. On Tuesday, June 17 at 5:32 p.m., Brad Haywood says, great. We'll meet in the same place as last time. That's his office. Address is 10621 Jonas Street, Fairfax, Virginia. All right. On Wednesday, June 25th at 8:42 a.m., can we meet? Brad Haywood sends me a text. Can we meet at noon today instead of 11:30 a.m.? I said, perfect. We can definitely do that. All right. So the back and forth. So we finally meet in his office. We finally get to meet in his office. Of course, I have the whole entire conversation recorded. And we're gonna have to release it because there is a hearing on. Brad, you've got my hand tied, brother. I didn't want to release it, but look at what you made me do. Look at what you made me do. Mustafa has a hearing on the 14th and they're litigating whether Mustafa waived his action to having a lawyer, or are you an incompetent lawyer purposely working for the county to cover up their case, their falsified case? Mustafa has a hearing on January 7th, and all this has to be submitted as exhibits. Look at what you made me do, Brad Haywood. And just to prove what I'm talking about, I haven't released any of this. This is all brand new. Fresh off the oven. Hot tamale, hot tamale. You know when you got a potato and you're just like juggling it back and forth? Hot off the press. All right. What is going on with Brad Haywood? Is he an incompetent lawyer? Has he sat on Mustafa's case only to stall the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case? And then when it's time for trial, depletes the funds and withdraw himself? Is Judge Carol Weimer helping him do that? These are all good questions that we're going to get to the bottom of. Prosecutor Sarah Sami is dying to have Mustafa go pro se. She doesn't want Mustafa to have a lawyer. She's terrified. Evidence showed that she's using officers that falsified this case. She's terrified to go to trial. She wants Mustafa without a lawyer. All right. So let's continue reading Brad Haywood text messages. All right. On Friday, August 8th at 10:35 a.m., I should be free for 20-30 minutes at 11:30 a.m. Also have some time after 1 p.m. before 2 p.m. Okay. All right. So let's see. All right. Friday, August 8th. Okay, we just read that. All right. Friday, August 8th at 12:28 p.m. What you want to watch for when we're going over this text messages, this exercise is to show, Brad Haywood, let's go back to what Brad Haywood is claiming in court. This is a motion to withdraw. He filed it on October 27. This is October 27. And he's telling Judge Carol Weimer that my client is innocent. The police department falsified my client's case. But because of the breakdown in communication here, literally item 2, regrettably, there has been a complete and irreparable breakdown in communication between counsel and Mr. Al-Jazairi, which prevent counsel from providing effective, zealous representation, as is Mustafa Al-Jazairi's 6th Amendment. Okay, so this is October 27. Let's go back to the text messages. This is literally the text messages. Okay, so Brad Haywood didn't have a problem with Mustafa in February. He didn't have a problem with Mustafa in March. He didn't have a problem with Mustafa in April. He didn't have a problem with Mustafa in May. He didn't have a problem with Mustafa in June. He didn't have a problem with Mustafa in July. He didn't have a problem with Mustafa in August. Here, we're reading the text messages. Okay, starts off at June. Okay, so when he says the podcast has been ongoing. We watched a video where I'm very open and my style in conversation has not changed. Where is Mustafa's defense attorney? What has Mustafa's defense attorney done in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case? Let's look at the body cam. Let's look at the filing. That hasn't changed. And he still sat down with us. And he has a great relationship with Mustafa. This is in August. We're in August here. Okay? All right. So, let's read August 8, 12:28 p.m. I'll actually call you at 1 p.m. if that's okay. That's what Brad Haywood is telling me. All right. Friday, August 15 at 1:41 p.m. Brad Haywood says, send me a text. He says, just for your information, because the motion hearing will be longer than 10 minutes, they won't put it on the Friday, August 22nd docket. It will probably be one of the next couple of Thursdays in the morning, waiting to hear from the clerk. If Mustafa calls, please let him know. Did you hear? Are you following what's happening here? Brad Haywood is telling us, the podcast, to let him know. Hey, can you let him know? He's not picking up Mustafa's phone. Why is this lawyer not letting his client know? And instead, when Mustafa called him over 100 times, he doesn't pick up. And essentially, what we're doing is we're stuck in the middle. You have a guy in solitary confinement that's telling us, hey, my lawyer doesn't pick up the phone. What's going on? I'm like, all right, let me go ahead and reach out to your lawyer. I call the lawyer. He tells me, okay, I'm sorry. I couldn't pick up the phone. I've been busy. Tell him to keep calling. and tell him this and this and this and that. Here, I'll read this for you again. Just for your information, because the motion hearing will be longer than 10 minutes, they will be put it on the Friday, August 22nd docket. It will probably be on the next couple of Thursdays in the morning, waiting to hear from the clerk. If Mustafa calls, let him know. And by the way, in between these text messages, there's like a lot of phone calls that I'm having with Brad. We're going to release these phone calls that are very revealing. They are very damaging to why a defense attorney would sit on a case for a whole entire year, make all these promises that he was going to do 1, 2, and 3, and then all of a sudden come around when there's trial, or trial is just around the corner in March, we're in December, all of a sudden he withdraws out of the case. And the judge lets him do it. Doesn't ask him, where did the $100,000 go? What happened with your independent expert? I've ordered you. I gave you an order. We gave you money to extract the missing information. Reconstruct the vehicle and extract the dash camera. Where is it? Instead, he lets him off the hook. That makes sense to anybody? That makes sense to you? All right, so we're in August, and he's telling me, please let Mustafa know. Please let him know. If Mustafa calls, please let him know. All right? So, we're in August. So far, we have a good relationship. Thank you for keeping me in the loop. That's what I'm telling Brad. I'm replying to Brad at August 15 on the same day at 3:48. I said, thank you for keeping me in the loop, and I will definitely let Mustafa know. All right, August 19 at 6:36 p.m. Brad, hope all is well. Just checking in with you about the date and time of the hearing that's coming up. When you get the chance, please let me know. All right, so Brad says no date yet. Chambers said they emailed back with options. I imagine I'll know by tomorrow. And what we're talking about is Brad at that point, he's telling us to tell Mustafa that he's going to be filing a Brady motion and also a Brady motion for the missing body cams because evidence showed that the police department muted body cams before they uploaded to the police department server, evidence.com. So he wants the missing body cams before the police department edited this line of body cams. Some are completely missing. Evidence show that the police department is playing around with exculpatory evidence. And this exculpatory evidence is going to show that the police department officers that falsified the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. So Brad Haywood said he's going to file a Brady motion. And also he's filing for independent expert to have money from the county, one to reconstruct the vehicle, and one to extract the dash camera. Because evidence showed the county cut and muted this dash camera. And he's telling us, tell Mustafa, I filed it. I'm waiting for the motion to have a date so we can have a hearing for the Brady motion and the independent experts and the order to go in and be able to reconstruct the vehicle accident and extract the dash camera. All right, so let's go back to, all right, so far we've got a good relationship. All right, Monday, August 25th at 4:57 p.m., Brad Haywood sends me a text. He says, for your information, Chambers has had my motion for more than a week now. They still haven't given me proposed dates for a hearing. On another issue, what are the chances that your family could come up with $15,000 to $20,000 to pay for someone to second chair the trial with me? Just the trial and the weeks leading up to it. The trial itself is going to be way too much for one lawyer to handle competently. Now, this is what I tell Brad Haywood. So Brad Haywood, what he wants, he's asking, can you come up with $15,000 to $20,000 so I can hire another lawyer? And you can look at it two different ways. One, you can look at it in an innocent way and say, well, this is a giant case, and this lawyer is asking to hire another lawyer for the volume of this large case. And the question is, why are you asking money? You're a public defender. If I had $15,000 to $20,000, I wouldn't have you as a public defender in Mustafa's case. I would go on and hire a lawyer. I mean, one way to look at it, you can say, okay, all right, we're going to look at it innocently and say, okay, he's just asking for help. But you can look at it in a different way. I mean, he's a public defender. If I had money, he wouldn't be here. I would go and hire a lawyer. You can look at it in another way where he's about to make key decisions in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. And he's contemplating what he's up against. I mean, think about what's going on here. Think about what happened and what he's done in this case. He filed a Brady motion. Brad Haywood filed a Brady motion. And when you read the transcript, when you're in court, it looks amazing. I mean, he's calling out the police department. At one point, he told the presiding judge, Judge Carol Weimer, Your Honor, Robert Drum, the main investigator, falsified my client's statements. Investigator Romero weaponized the children, a 9, a 10, a 14, a 16. Evidence show that the police department weaponized children against Mustafa. Your Honor, I'm looking at body cams, and the police department cut and muted police body cam before uploading it into the server. Your Honor, I'm entitled, Brady versus Maryland is a case law out of the Supreme Court. I'm entitled to missing body cams. If you were in court, you would see an amazing hearing. I mean, it was beautiful. It was beautifully litigated. He called out the police department. Now, what you find out is that Brad Haywood, behind closed doors, everything that the judge awarded him, the judge granted the Brady motions. But Brad Haywood went and sat down with the prosecutor, and he withdrew the Brady motion that the judge granted him. Now, I asked a lawyer for advice. What does it mean when a defense attorney files a Brady motion, is granted the Brady motion, evidence that will show the police department falsified your client's case, missing body cams, evidence, and then he goes and withdraws his Brady motion. And then right before he's doing it, he's asking, do you have $15,000 to $20,000 to hire another lawyer? Well, you can say that this lawyer is trying to make sure, can the family at one point bring in a lawyer and all of a sudden figure out what I'm doing for the county, how I'm protecting the county? I mean, imagine that in the middle of him doing what he's doing to protect the county, all of a sudden I hire a lawyer and the lawyer calls out Brad Haywood. He said, what the fuck are you doing in Mustafa's case? Let's read. And that's what he's asking. He's verifying. By the way, he's not verifying for himself. He wants to know. He's cutting a deal with the prosecutor. He's about to go in, put on a show, only to withdraw what the judge granted him. I mean, we've made a lot of noise on this podcast. I mean, accessing the server for the police department, evidence.com. I've gained the body cams in the document. We're going viral on the internet. The county is watching what the police department done in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. And all of a sudden now, the county gives you $100,000, gives you a lawyer, and he's putting on this beautiful Brady motion, arguing everything that I've been saying on this podcast. All the body cams that show, all the discovery document that show this police department falsified a whole entire case. Only to go behind closed doors and withdraw the whole entire thing. Would you not say that Brad Haywood is here to patch up a case for the county? And he's making sure that, hey, if I'm going to go through with this, I want to make sure that you don't have a lawyer that halfway is going to come in and is going to expose this whole operation. Brad Haywood says, let's go back to the text messages. FYI. Okay, so this was. Okay, so we're talking about on August 25th at 4:57 p.m. He says, for your information, Chambers has had my motion for more than a week. Now, they still haven't given me proposed dates for a hearing. On another issue, what are the chances that your family could come up with $15,000 to $20,000 to pay for someone to second chair the trial with me? Just the trial. The week leading up to it, the trial itself is going to be way too much for one lawyer to handle competently. So this is my reply to Brad Haywood. Dealing with this for over 2.5 years, and we are completely depleted out of money. That's what I'm telling Brad Haywood. I wanted to ask you, why are you not putting the motion in the docket and instead is going through Chambers? Did Judge Weimer recuse himself? So I'm asking him, what is taking so long and why? Brad replies on August 26th. Let's zoom in a little bit. There we go. If a hearing is expected to take longer than 10 minutes, then a lawyer can't automatically docket it for the Friday motion date. Instead, the lawyer has to contact Chambers for available dates on other days. I have been nagging for now over a week, still nothing. All right. Brad Haywood says, I also made clear that these motion must be educated as soon as possible because other work in the case and other emotions are dependent on the outcome of these motions. No emotions. Sorry. Talk to text. Okay. All right. So in a phone call, he says Judge Weimer is pushing it and he's demanding to have this motion. He's arguing back and forth with Chambers, with Judge Weimer. Judge Weimer wanted to hear it later. And so finally, they have a hearing on September 16. All right. This is a huge problem. I mean, this is a huge problem. When you have a lawyer that's asking you, do you have money for another lawyer, just in case that he's going to come in? I mean, let's ask. I asked a lawyer that's been practicing law for a long time. I told him, what does it mean when a defense attorney files a Brady motion and then withdrew the Brady motion? Behind closed doors, he's making a deal with the prosecutor. The judge grants him the missing body cam. This is going to show the police lied about everything, but he withdrew what the judge granted him. So that lawyer gave me notes. We're going to go over these notes. Okay. All right. So we stopped where? We stopped here. All right. So far, August 26th, we have a good relationship with the lawyer. We would both agree that we have a good relationship. So when Brad tells the judge on October 27, my relationship with my client deteriorated, so far we're good. So what happened all of a sudden? Well, what happened is Mustafa's asking him, where are the results? And Brad Haywood is not willing to give Mustafa the results. Because once you do, you're going to expose what the county is doing. Once you come out with the dash camera, it's going to show that this police department lied. Once you come out with the reconstruction of the vehicle accident, you're going to show that this police department lied. And what are you going to do? You're going to hide the exculpatory evidence from your client, and all of a sudden you're backed against a corner. You withdraw out of the case. All right, so let's go to my notes. I have really good notes. Brad Haywood. What does it mean when a defense attorney withdraw the Brady motion that the judge granted him? Let's see. Let's pull up my notes. There we go. Got so much material on this iPad. Let me delete a couple of things from it. I can have space. There we go. There we go. All right. All right. All right, there we go. I think now we should be good. All right, so let's pull up the notes. Be serious. It's not coming up. It is going to come up. We're going to make sure it comes up. Almost there. We're going to go over the order where Brad Haywood sat down with the prosecutor. All right, we're going to have to turn off this iPad really quick. All right, so let's turn it off. All right. Okay. While we wait for the iPad to turn back on, okay, let's recap. So we're in August. We're about to go into a Brady motion where Brad Haywood is arguing for the missing material and is calling out the police department for falsifying his client's case. And all of a sudden, he's asking for more money. Do you have $15,000, $20,000? And what he's trying to do is find out, hey, is it possible that you can bring in a lawyer at one point? And if I go on with covering up for the police department, is it possible that you're going to bring in a lawyer that might expose what I'm doing? All right. And the reason I say that is because Brad Haywood literally withdrew his Brady motion. So let's find out, what does it mean to withdraw the Brady material that you are granted I wonder why this isn't coming up. It's because I deleted it from this iPad. Okay. All right. That's okay. I'll just tell you what's on the notes. It literally says the lawyer is compromised. Now, what am I talking about? This is, let's see, Brady material. This is an order. Let me see. Let's pull up this is an order. So after the Brady motion, Judge Carol Weimer granted Brad Haywood to go in and get all the missing body cams. So after the Brady motion, there's a document that gets drafted where the defense attorney would sit down with the prosecutor and write an order of what the judge granted him. Instead, in the order, Brad Haywood agrees to withdrawing what he was granted. He withdrew what the judge granted him. Let's go over. Specifically, request if you... All right, so that's good. All right, there we go. Request 18. All right. Request 18, defense request complete training and certification record of Officer Mason and Drum, including training related to crash scene investigation, handling and prevention of digital evidence, interviewing child witnesses, and avoiding tainting of witness testimony. Court ruling, the judge granted him to go in to find out if this officer is certified to handle this case. The judge granted this to Brad Haywood. Granted, the Commonwealth shall produce the records subject to existing protective order. Defense request information 18F I through 2I. Defense request information regarding prior interaction. All right, I want to go to 18I. 18 request 18I, I through I5. All right. Defense request body worn camera or other recording of the crime scene processing, interaction with child witness or dash cam component. All right. Court ruling granted as to 18I, I through 3Is. The defense withdrew 18. There we go. The defense withdrew 18I through I5 at this time. What is 18I through I5? Well, let's read the Brady motion. What did he withdraw out of this case? Let's read that one more time. Request. I'm gonna highlight it. This is crazy. This is wild. All right. So 18I. All right. This is 18I through I5. Okay. So what is it? Defense request body worn cameras or other recording of the crime scene processing, interaction with child witnesses, or dash cam components. So, what does the defense attorney do? The defense withdraw the body cams and the body cams, specifically all the body cams that are missing, including the body cams where it showed they weaponized a 9, a 10, a 14, a 16 against Mustafa. Are you not protecting the police department? What are you doing here? Well, let's go over to our good friend AI and ask AI, what does it mean? What does it mean when a defense attorney files a Brady motion where evidence show there are missing body cams, where the police falsified a case, and the judge grants him the Brady motion, and then turns around in an order where he sat down with the prosecutor, in an order agrees to withdraw the Brady material that the judge granted him? Let's see what AI have to say about this. I think that's a good way of doing it. So, Brad Haywood files a Brady motion. The judge grants him the Brady motion, and he tells him the prosecutor is ordered to present him the missing body cams. And then we just read a document that he withdrew what the judge granted him. All right, so let's see what AI have to say about this. What a Brady motion is. A Brady motion is when the defense asks the court to order the prosecution to turn over Brady material. Any evidence that favors the defendant, undermines the prosecution's case. 3, shows police misconduct, error, missing body cam footage, falsification, etc. The Constitution requires the government to give this Brady material to the defense. What it means when a judge grants the Brady motion. Judge Weimer, in his defense, he granted Brad Haywood, Mustafa's defense attorney, the Brady motions. If a judge grants the Brady motion, it usually means the court believed the request material might exist. They could be favorable to the defense, and the prosecutor is legally obligated to produce them. A granted Brady motion is a win for the defense if put pressure on the prosecutor to comply and create a court record that these material must be disclosed. All right? What it means when the defense attorney later withdraws what they fought for. If the defense attorney later signs an order with the prosecutor, which is what we just read, if the defense attorney later signs an order with the prosecutor saying they are withdrawing the Brady material that the judge already granted, that typically means one of the following. The defense attorney made an agreement with the prosecutor. Sometimes defense lawyers make deals that include dropping certain requests. This can happen during negotiation, but it is controversial because Brady rights are constitutional and not supposed to be bargained away. The defense attorney may believe the materials don't exist or won't be provided. Sometimes prosecutors respond by saying, we don't have this material, they never existed, or they cannot be produced. Some defense attorney will then agree to close the issue even if the judge has ordered it earlier. In this case, in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case, I've already hacked the server for the police department, evidence.com. I have the body cam in the server, in the police department server. I have the discovery documents, and it shows that the police department literally cut and muted body cams. You would have an officer on the scene, and all of a sudden his body cam cut, and it would show up in another body cam, missing chunks of body cam. The police department cut and muted these dash cam, these body cams, and uploaded them to the server. There are missing body cams that exist, and they're not in the server. So we know they exist. All right, item 3. The attorney may feel pressure or want to maintain a relationship with the prosecutor. This happened in some jurisdiction where defense attorney rely on cooperation for other cases. No ideal, but it happens. So you've got a situation where the defense attorney wants to keep a good relationship with the prosecutor. That on Mustafa's behalf, he's going to make deals. I'm not going to go after the police department here if you cooperate with me on another case. So on behalf of your client, you're negotiating. Let's read that one more time. This happened in some jurisdiction where defense attorneys, the attorney may feel pressure or want to maintain a relationship with the prosecutor. This happened in some jurisdictions where defense attorneys rely on corporations for other cases. Not ideal, but it happens. You're talking about a situation where forensic interviews that we have that shows a 14-year-old talking about that the police lied to him. Javen, the 14-year-old, in a forensic interview, which Mustafa was a father figure to this child, is talking about that the police sat him down before the forensic interview and told him, Mustafa killed your mother on purpose. As a matter of fact, Mustafa ran away after the accident. That he crashed the vehicle on purpose and he ran away. And they tell him, he left your baby sister to bleed to death. If it wasn't for Mustafa running away, we, the police, could have saved your baby sister. But Mustafa ran away. Wait a minute. Why are you lying to these children? Mustafa was in a coma. Mustafa was helicoptered to the hospital. You, the police department, are lying to these children. And Brad Haywood wants to. I'm not going to go after the police department. I'm not going to go after this police department that abused children in the process of going after Mustafa. Weaponized children, a 9, a 14, a 9, a 10, a 14, a 16. Let's watch the forensic interview and let's watch what Brad Haywood is doing for the police department. This is a forensic interview where the child is talking about that they told him that Mustafa ran away. And if Mustafa hadn't ran away, they could have saved his baby sister. Mustafa,
you released video of that.
Mustafa was in a coma. Mustafa was helicoptered to the hospital. But you've got a situation where the police, specifically Investigator Romero, weaponized this child before they walked him into a forensic interview. And the judge granted Mustafa's defense attorney the body cam, the missing body cams, and Brad Haywood says, Prosecutor Sarah Sammy, Prosecutor Stephanie Buck, I want to keep a good relationship with you with my other cases. I'm not going to go after what your police department done to these children. Let's watch the forensic interview.
When he got into the car crash, the detective said he jumped out and ran, left my baby sitting there. And if he just thought to bring her to the hospital, maybe she would have made it, but she didn't because he decided to be a coward. And now she's gone. And now all I have is my two brothers. She was the sweetest. She would never even hurt a fly. She was innocent too. 25. And my mom's gone. Now she's gone. It's because of one man that I trusted. Because my mom kept on telling me he's a good guy. I kept on saying, okay. Alright, I told her I had my suspicions and I should have went with my gut. I knew something wasn't right. And I still believed her, and that's why they're caught today.
My mom always told me to trust Mustafa. That's what Javen is talking about. I loved Mustafa. I trusted Mustafa. But the detective told me that Mustafa ran away, left my baby sister to bleed to death. The police could have saved my baby sister, but Mustafa ran away. That's what they're telling the child. A child that is telling you, I loved Mustafa. Mom always told me to love Mustafa. It gives you insight into the relationship that Mustafa had with this child. Mustafa is a father figure in this child's life when his father wasn't there. He's giving you insight into the relationship that Mustafa has with his mother, Dorothy Fontaine. Mom always told me to trust Mustafa. Mom always trusted Mustafa. But the police lied and told me he ran away. The police could have saved my baby sister, but he ran away. Mustafa was in a coma. Mustafa was helicoptered to the hospital. But they're sitting here, police are lying to this child. And Brad Haywood wants to tell the prosecutor, it's okay. I'm going to cut you a favor, Prosecutor Sarah Sammy. I'm going to cut you a favor, Prosecutor Stephanie Buck. I'm not going to go after your police officers. Maybe you can help me in other cases. I'll build a relationship with you in my other cases. Let's read that one more time. Now that we know what's at stake and what body cams, that Brad Haywood says, you don't have to turn those over to me. Even though there's a judge order, Prosecutor Sarah Sammy, Stephanie Buck, you don't have to turn those body cam over to me. Body cams that show police abuse children, Brad Haywood tells the prosecutor, don't worry about exposing what your police officer did in this case. Let's read that one more time. The attorney may feel pressure or want to maintain a relationship with the prosecutor. This happened in some jurisdiction where defense attorney rely on cooperation for other cases. Not ideal, but it does happen. The attorney may believe withdrawing it will help the plea negotiation. This is risky and sometimes not in the defendant's best interest. But it is common reason. Number 5, the withdrawal could be serious red flag. It's a giant red flag. When a lawyer wins a Brady order, and it is unusual to then voluntarily give it up unless they received the material already or they struck a side deal. If neither happened, it can raise concerns about whether the defense attorney is actually defending the client effectively. Bottom line, is when a defense attorney claim evidence is missing, says police falsified part of the case, wins a Brady ruling from the judge, and then withdraw the Brady request with the prosecutor, it typically means the defense attorney reversed course and agreed not to pursue evidence that could help the defendant. This is not normal, and it may cause it raise questions. Strategic judgment, pressure from the prosecution, possible conflict of interest, or ineffective assistance of counsel. If you want, I can also blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we go back to Brad Haywood text messages where Brad Haywood is asking, do you have $15,000 to $20,000 so I can hire a defense attorney for Mustafa that can help me with this case? You're about to go into a giant Brady motion. You're about to make major decisions, and all of a sudden I get this text from you. You're asking me, this is a text, if I have $15,000 to $20,000 that I can come up with. I mean, what are you doing in this case? Are you contemplating, you're making sure that if you go through with this, that the family can't at one point hire a lawyer and all of a sudden expose what you're doing for the county? Absolutely. I mean, when you look at Brad under a microscope and you find out that he comes in February, he stalls the case all the way to September. He files a Brady motion, and in the Brady motion, he pretty much encompasses everything that we've talked about on the podcast. Every material that we released that showed the police department falsified this case, he puts it and wraps it up in a Brady motion, only to go behind closed doors and withdraw what the judge granted him. I mean, if I was a member of this community, if I was an outside person looking in, I would say, your lawyer is fighting for you. Your lawyer is litigating everything that you're saying on the podcast, everything that's being released where it shows the county falsified this case. Your lawyer is talking about it in courts. But the document where a Brady order agreed, where the defense attorney agreed to withdraw, that's not public. You as a person from this community doesn't know what Brad Haywood agreed on with the prosecutor. You don't know that he withdrew everything that the judge granted him. To you, it looks like he's fighting for Mustafa. But now we see that Brad Haywood is not pursuing the missing body cam. That's going to expose what the police department did. It's not going to pursue body cam that show police department weaponized children in this case. And he's trying to make sure, is it possible that you have $15,000 to $20,000? Maybe you're going to come through and have another lawyer that's going to expose what I'm doing for this police department? All right, let's continue reading Brad Haywood's text messages. So far, we're in August 26th. All right. So far, we have a good relationship. We're talking, we're communicating, we're about to go into a Brady motion. And we circle back to the document that he filed in court on October 27. All of a sudden, he withdrew and he said, Item 2, my client is innocent. The police falsified his case, but I have to withdraw from this case. And he tells the judge, a breakdown in communication between me and Mustafa, which prevent me from being an effective lawyer. But we're going back into the text messages, and we see that we have a great relationship with Brad. This is August. He's filing it in October. October 27. All right. So let's continue reading. So far, we have a good relationship. All right. All right. So let's read. Let's continue. If a hearing is expected, this is Tuesday, August 26th at 12:43 p.m. If a hearing is expected to take longer than 10 minutes, then a lawyer can automatically docket it for the Friday motion date. Instead, the lawyer has to contact Chambers for availability dates and other days. I have been nagging them now over a week. Still nothing. All right. And then Brad Haywood says, I also made it clear that these motions must be educated as soon as possible because other work in the case and other motions are dependent on the outcome of these. All right. So on August 28 at 3:26 p.m., let's see. There we go. The court is going to grant one of the motions on the papers for transcript of all hearing. Okay? Weimer wanted to wait until mid-October to hear the other. I told Chambers that was unacceptable, so now we're looking for a date in the next 2 weeks. All right. On September 10 at 4:58 p.m., for your information, Brad Haywood says, for your information, there we go. For your information, we're on the docket for Tuesday. All right, we finally get the hearing on Tuesday. Okay, so Brad Haywood says, this is September 10. For your information, we're on the docket for Tuesday, September 16. I think the hearing is at 9:30. I have lots of time tomorrow and Friday if Mustafa wants to give me a ring. All right. Finally, this lawyer picks up his goddamn phone. All right. All right. So we communicate that to Mustafa. We tell him. Mustafa calls him. All right. September 12th. So far, a good relationship. So what happened between September and October 27th that all of a sudden a major breakdown in communication that this lawyer has to exit out of the case? The podcast hasn't changed. The communication is on. Mustafa's communicating with the lawyer. We're communicating with the lawyer. Everything is beautiful. September 12th, 10:29 a.m. All right. So I text Brad. Brad, when you get the chance, please listen to this audio. This is the link to the motion to dismiss, where Officer Chad Mason admits to violating department policy in handling the dash camera, and Officer Zymus admit that the dash camera does in fact has audio. So this is a recording from the proceeding of the motion to dismiss, where Chad Mason take the stand and he admit pretty much to cutting and muting this dash camera. You have Officer Zymus admitting there is audio. So evidence that show this dash camera does have audio. You can extract the full dash camera before this officer got to him. It's literally on the SD card, and an independent expert can go in and extract it. And Brad Haywood is on for the Brady motion and the motion for independent experts. And he's going to go in, ask for money, get independent experts, and extract the dash camera, reconstruct the vehicle, and ask for the Brady material that's missing. So far, we're good. Brad Haywood says, thank you for sending me the audio. We are still waiting for the transcripts. All right. The county is supplying him with the transcript of every hearing. All right. And in the meantime, I'm just supplying him with the audios. All right. He says, thank you. We are still waiting for the transcripts. Okay. All right. September 19, 1:21 p.m. Brad Haywood says, Mustafa tried calling a moment ago. I thought I'd be able to chat today, but an Arlington judge has made me wait in court for 4 hours so far. Until my client is able to take a drug screen, Mustafa should try again on Monday. All right, so Mustafa tried calling him. He couldn't pick up because of a case, blah, blah, blah. You find a really interesting pattern here. We're in September. Why am I back and forth communicating for your client? And the reality of this whole entire case and what Brad Haywood is doing on Mustafa's case since February is he doesn't want to talk to Mustafa. And he avoids Mustafa's phone calls because Mustafa is going to ask him, what did you do so far in my case? Did you reconstruct my vehicle? Did you extract my dash camera? Why are you leaving me in the dark? I'm in solitary confinement. Why are you leaving me in the dark? Why are you not going over my material? There is a hard drive that the county did a cell phone dump. My cell phone has an app for the dash camera. Even though there is evidence that show Officer Chad Mason cut it, when the police department did an extraction on my cell phone, that dash camera is in the cloud. So when the police department downloaded my cell phone, the full dash camera is on my drive. I have another app for a Google Nest video. Days on days of Google Nest videos inside the apartment. There's a system that shows it's a beautiful relationship. That is on an app. It's in the cloud. When the police department downloaded my cell phone, it's on my drive. There's an Alexa. It also has an app. It transcribes everything that went on in the apartment. It's on my drive. You have that drive. Did you go over it, Brad? Brad Haywood to this day says, I haven't gone over it. Why are you avoiding the drive? You don't go over it. You don't have your client go over it. You hired a private investigator that you paid over $20,000 supposedly to go over the material. He hasn't gone over it. What are you avoiding? Oh, you're avoiding it because it's going to show evidence that the county is burying and hiding on a drive. And instead of uploading it to the server, they download it on a drive, on a 1 terabyte drive. You've been sitting on it. And you avoid calling your client because your client is going to ask you questions. It's going to ask you a question about his case. It's going to ask you, what have you done in my case? And it's going to look like you're stalling his case. It's going to show that you're stalling his case. And instead, we're in between. Telling Brad Haywood what Mustafa said, telling Mustafa what Brad Haywood said. Brad Haywood is putting this podcast in the middle. I mean, he sits in front of Judge Weimer and he tells him, because of the podcast, I want to... What do you mean? You're all over the podcast. And I'm going to show you an email that Brad Haywood is releasing sealed material. We'll come back to that email. I know, Prosecutor Stephanie Buck, you're dying to have this email. Prosecutor Prosecutor Stephanie Buck gets up in court, and this is right after Judge Weimer says, I'm going to put this email on the record, but I'm going to seal it. This is an email that Brad Haywood, one day before the hearing, Brad Haywood visited Mustafa, and he gave him a hard copy of an email that he had sent this podcast. And Mustafa in court yesterday stood up and told Judge Carol Weimer, Your Honor, I have an email that Brad Haywood literally gave me yesterday. I mean, Brad Haywood wants to say that somehow from solitary confinement, I have control over this podcast. How? I'm in solitary confinement. But I have an email that he gave me literally yesterday. I want to have you read the email, Your Honor. Judge Carol Weimer reads the email. His whole face turns red. And in the email, it shows that Brad Haywood is releasing sealed material. I mean, it's not just that he's releasing sealed material. It's that he's lying about the material and what he's doing in this case. He told me on a phone call before the first motion to withdraw that Investa, the independent expert that he had hired to extract the dash camera, because the county gave Brad money to hire an independent expert, and Investa was Brad Haywood's expert. And Brad Haywood told me that Investa already went in and he's just waiting on... I have a recorded phone call telling me that Investa went in, that they extracted the dash camera. In a motion, I'm sitting in court in the first motion to withdraw, and he tells Judge Weimer, Investa will not be going in. Your Honor, instead, I want to take the money that I have. I want to give it to the prosecutor's independent experts and have her independent expert go in. We'll have a joint expert. How does that make any sense? To the judge's defense, Judge Weimer says, isn't that a conflict of interest? I mean, you've been litigating that the prosecutor is using officer that lied, that the prosecutor has been sitting on a dash camera that's cut and muted, and you asked for money to hire your independent expert to go in and do an independent analysis on this dash camera, and now you want to tell me your expert will not be going in? You're going to give it to the prosecutor? You litigated that this prosecutor is using officers that have inserted a bias into this case. You told me that the previous independent expert that we brought in to reconstruct the vehicle, literally an officer has a bias and prevented him from reconstructing the vehicle accident. And that's why we're doing it all over again. You're going to go with the prosecutor's independent expert? That makes no sense. That's what Judge Weimer was saying. He says, Your Honor, it's not a conflict of interest. That's okay. I'm going to give the money to the prosecutor. What do you mean? One, it's a conflict of interest. Two, you lied about Investa going in. I literally have a recorded phone call where you told me Investa went in. Now, the bigger problem is, in an email that you later sent me, you said that Investa went in. Wait a minute. I was in court. I have the transcript where you said Investa did not go in to the presiding judge. Because the way this was supposed to work is, and the judge structured it based on what the prosecutor wanted. She said, Your Honor, Investa will not be going in by themselves. We want to make sure the chain of custody. I want to have my independent expert go in with Investa, the defense attorney, independent expert. I want both my and his to go at the same time and extract this dash camera together. She wanted to go in first at the same time and while he's in the room, and then allows the defense to go in. That's literally what's on the transcript. That's literally what they agreed on. And now you're telling me that your independent expert went in by himself? And then in court, you say that he didn't go in? So, you told the judge that he didn't go in. And if you're lying to the judge, Prosecutor Sarah Sammy with a 100% got up and says, Your Honor, that didn't happen because my independent expert was supposed to go in with him. Sarah Sammy didn't say anything. When you said my expert did not go in, you did not lie to the judge. So we know that you're lying to us. Before that hearing, the first motion to withdraw, you said Investa went in and extracted the dash camera. In a motion to dismiss, later you tell the judge Investa will not be going in. Instead, you're taking the money, Mustafa's money, the expert fund, and you're giving it to the prosecutor. And you want to go with Doug Lacey. The problem with the email that Mustafa gave Judge Weimer, Mustafa gave Judge Weimer, the presiding judge, a hard copy of the email where Brad Haywood has sent us, telling us that his independent expert went in and extracted the dash camera. That Investa went in. Now, in that email, he's releasing sealed material, talking about this and that. There is sealed material that he's releasing. I mean, he's been litigating yesterday for half an hour. He spent litigating that Mustafa somehow has control over this podcast. A guy that's in solitary confinement dictates what's on this podcast. A media outlet outside of solitary confinement. I mean, think how ridiculous that is. And that Mustafa is leaking sealed material. When in fact, in that email that Judge Weimer is reading, that Brad Haywood is in communication with this podcast and is releasing sealed material. Judge Weimer's face turns red. And all of a sudden, he seals off that email. We have that email. We're going to go over this. Let's go over its email. Stephanie Buck really wanted. She got up. Stephanie Buck got up and she said, Your Honor, we should have access to this email. This email should not remain under seal because Judge Weimer sealed it. He put it on the record, but he sealed it. And Judge Weimer, he didn't do it to protect Mustafa. This email entails that 1, Brad Haywood is releasing sealed material, and 2, Brad Haywood is lying, is engaging in unethical behavior. He's lying to his clients. He's telling him investor went in, but in fact that his independent expert, he took his money, gave it to the prosecutor, independent expert. What they're doing here is they're attempting to bury the extraction of the dash camera. Let's go over this email. All right, let's see. All right, so this is an email that I sent Brad on November 24th. Okay? November 24th, 2025. And I wrote the title, Critical Exculpatory Digital Evidence, 1 terabyte hard drive. The county did a cell phone extraction on Mustafa's cell phone and Dorothy, his girlfriend, 3 cell phones. Okay, I said, Dear Brad, I write to you regarding the ongoing defense of my brother, Mustafa Al-Jazairi. It has come to my attention that critical exculpatory digital evidence, including the full data dumped from Mustafa's cell phone and Dorothy's 3 other phones, which the police and prosecutor placed on a 1 terabyte hard drive, has not been adequately reviewed or shared with Mustafa by you as his defense counsel. This large digital evidence package was specifically mailed to Mustafa, attorney, and was not uploaded to evidence.com or other digital evidence. Despite repeated family requests, okay, I'm going to read that one more time, the last sentence. This large digital evidence package was specifically mailed to Mustafa's attorney and was not uploaded to evidence.com or other digital evidence portals. Despite repeated family requests and Mustafa direct inquiries, this evidence appears not to have been examined or used in his defense, and there has been dismissive and unprofessional communication when these concerns were raised. This neglect and lack of meaningful counsels impairs Mustafa's constitutional right to effective assistance of counsel and obstruct his ability to mount a full defense. We urgently request that you immediately review all discovery material with Mustafa, specifically this substantial digital evidence, assess its exculpatory value, and ensure this is proper presented to the court. Failure to do so may constitute a violation of his rights and warrant appropriate judicial remedies. We appreciate your prompt attention to these critical matters. Respectfully, Ammar Al-Jazairi. So I'm telling Brad Haywood, this is November 24th, 25th. And this is the email a day before yesterday's hearing, the motion to withdraw for the second time. Brad Haywood goes in and he gives him this email. Now, Brad Haywood replies back to me, and this is what Brad Haywood gave Mustafa, the hard copy of our communication, the communication that he's having with this podcast. 11/25, okay. Ammar, you are mistaken about the facts. As I texted you previously, the representation you have been making recently on your podcast are false. How are they false when I'm literally going over the documents and the filing that you have in court? How are they false? Investor extracted data from the SD card over a month ago. Listen to what he's talking about. Because in court, he told Judge Weimer that Investa never went in. But here he says Investa went in. Investa extracted data from the SD card over a month ago and spoke with the defense team about the extraction 2 weeks ago. They did not recover audio from the day of the crash, but did recover audio from some older recordings and are speaking with Rexon to see if they can jointly determine whether more can be done. Wait a minute. There's a protective order to not release information to the family. Okay. If this information was true, why are you releasing it to the podcast? Why are you releasing it to the family? There's a protective order from the family. Judge Weimer put a protective order from the family. Judge Weimer put a protective order on the information. What comes out from this extraction is sealed. That's literally what Judge Weimer did. And here you sit in court, you tell him Mustafa is releasing sealed material, but here you are releasing sealed material. Now, we know this is not true because in court, we have the transcript from court where you said Investa will not be going in. And instead, you took the fund, you gave it to the prosecutor, investigator, independent expert, Doug Lacey. Investa was yours. You went with the prosecutor. But here let's read that again. I mean, this is so disturbing. That's why Judge Weimer's face turned red. He has a defense attorney standing right in front of him. He's been litigating that Mustafa is releasing sealed material. All of a sudden, Mustafa gives him a hard copy that the lawyer gave him the day before. And his communication with the podcast. Who's releasing sealed material? And the question for Judge Weimer is, on what ground you allowed this lawyer to leave? Did you ask him why he's releasing sealed material? I mean, it was your protective order. Let's continue reading this email, and then we're going to go into the protective order. I mean, you literally can't make this shit up. All right, so Brad says, Investa extracted data from the SD card over a month ago and spoke with the defense team about the extraction 2 weeks ago. They did not recover audio from the day of the crash, but did recover audio from some older recording and are speaking with Rexon to see if they can jointly determine whether more can be done. No funds by the court for expert has been given. What are you talking about? They gave you over $100,000 to have an independent expert to go in and extract the dash camera. Money to reconstruct the vehicle accident. $100,000. What did you do with that money? You're sitting here telling me you didn't get any funds? All right. No funds authorized by the court for expert has been given back. In fact, none of the defense experts. We have 4 total psychologists, Investa, Big Tech, and the crash reconstructionist have been paid a dime yet. So where's the money? What did you do with that money, Brad Haywood? Almost all forensic experts, regardless of the discipline, are available to be retained by either side. Sure, that makes sense. Okay. But you litigated that the prosecutor is using officer that lied. The prosecutor, the police department has a bias in this case. So why would you go and take the funds and give it to the prosecutor, independent experts? You want to say almost all forensic experts, regardless of the discipline, are available to be retained by either side. Yeah, in a case that's not been falsified. In a case where you don't have officers inserting a bias that you litigated in a Brady motion. Sure. The lawyer can hire this expert. The prosecutor can go after the same expert. Sure. Either side can hire the same expert at different point in time. But in a case where you litigated, there is police officer that falsified this case, officer that inserted a bias into this case, a history where an officer blocked the reconstruction, telling him that the prosecutor said you can't reconstruct the vehicle when there is a judge order. You're going to tell me almost all other All forensic experts, regardless of the discipline, are available to be retained by either side. Even those who are thought to be very biased in favor of the defense can usually cite a few cases they did for a prosecutor so that they are not disciplined and shills on cross. In criminal cases, Doug Lacey is usually a defense expert, and he regularly engaged to work on some of the most serious cases being handled by the best lawyer in the DC area. He's talking about the prosecutor independent expert. He's hyping him up. The Commonwealth indeed first proposed Doug as an expert who would try to get audio off the SD card. But when that proposal was conveyed to Judge Weimer, he said he would not grant funding for the Commonwealth. Wait a minute. That's not true. Sarah Sammy never filed for funding. We found out later that Sarah Sammy never filed for independent experts. So you want to tell me that Sarah Sammy filed for funding? No, she didn't. In court, when you were arguing to have an independent expert go in and extract the dash camera, let's go over the document. I mean, this is... All right, so let's pull up the document for Brad Haywood's independent experts. This is the affidavit for Brad Haywood. All right, so this document is signed September 12th. All right, so on the 12th of September, Brad Haywood Okay, his name is Felipe Cruz Jr. This is an affidavit entered into this case. Affidavit of Felipe Cruz Jr., expert. And item 1, he says, I'm a digital forensic expert, forensic examiner. I perform computer, cell phone, and information forensic for Investa Forensic. Literally, so this is a document that entered by Brad Haywood, that this is his expert. And this was on the 12th of September. On September 16, Brad Haywood, in a Brady motion and in a motion for experts, to get experts, he told Judge Weimer he needed this expert to go in. Sarah Sammy got up and she said, Your Honor, Doug Lacey is my independent expert and I want him to go in at the same time. And Judge Weimer literally said, I want to put a protective order on this whole entire case. This is the protective order. This is the protective order that Judge Weimer entered. And when you read the transcript, it's not that the prosecutor asked for a protective order. It's not that defense attorney Brad Haywood asked for the protective order. No, on the transcript, the Judge Carol Weimer said, I want to make sure I have a protective order from the family, from Mustafa's family. The findings should not be released to the family. I mean, why? I mean, let's talk about why Judge Weimer wants to seal this from the family. Are you protecting the prosecutor that's been lying for 2.5 years? Evidence that's going to come out. Digital forensic with Kathy Zymas said that this dash camera does have audio. Officer Chad Mason already testified to saying that he cut and muted this dash camera. The original dash camera is on the SD card. An independent expert is about to go in and extract the dash camera. The prosecutor for 2.5 years has been telling us there is no audio. And all of a sudden, the audio is going to come out. And what do you do, Judge Weimer? You want to seal it from the family. Why? Because you know the family has a podcast that's going to tell this community the prosecutor lied. So who are you protecting, Judge Weimer? Presiding Judge, Judge Carol Weimer, who are you protecting by asking for a protective order? I mean, I'm literally looking here. Item 5. It says protective order, information obtained through the inspection, extraction, or analysis of the evidence shall be subject to the protective order. Disclosure is prohibited outside the scope of these proceedings, including to family members except as otherwise authorized by the court. And what does Brad Haywood do? He sends me an email. He literally sends me an email detailing and releasing this information. I mean, this is an email where Brad Haywood says, let's see, where am I at? All right. There we go. Amar, you are mistaken about the fact. I texted you blah, blah, blah previously, or blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's get to the part. Investa, his expert, he says, extracted data from the SD card over a month ago and spoke with the defense team about the extraction 2 weeks ago. They did not recover audio from the day of the crash, but did recover audio from some older recordings and are speaking with Rexon to see if they can jointly determine more can be done. You're telling me that Investa went in? In court, you say Investa will not be going in. Not only are you releasing sealed material, but you're lying. This is a letter that Brad Haywood went in and gave Mustafa the day before the hearing to withdraw. That was yesterday. Yesterday, Mustafa had a motion to his lawyer to withdraw. That was a second motion to withdraw. And the day before, Brad Haywood stopped by, gave him a hard copy of the email that he sent this podcast, where it entails that he's releasing. I mean, he's telling me, Investa went in, they didn't find audio, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to have this. What are you talking about? I know you're lying to me. I know you're gaslighting because I was in court. I have the transcript for the court proceeding where you told Judge Weimer, Investa will not be going in, and you're literally taking the money, giving it to the defense. Let's go over. Let's go over there's a document, a joint document, where Brad Haywood takes Mustafa's money and then gives it to the prosecutor. All right, so we're there we go. This is a document where Brad Haywood files a joint motion with the prosecutor where he took Mustafa's funds and instead of giving it to his independent expert, Investa, this document says, order granted, authorization of expert witness fund. This matter came before the court upon a joint motion requesting authorization of expert witness fund in the above caption. Upon consideration of the motion, and it appearing to the court that the request is reasonable and necessary for the proper preparation and presentation of the case, it is ordered that Mr. Doug Lacey is hereby authorized to serve as an expert in the field of the media authentication for the purpose of analyzing and attempting to retrieve any available audio data from the dash camera footage relevant to this case. And it further ordered that Mr. Doug Lacey should be compensated at the government rate of $245 per hour or such other rate as may be deemed reasonable by the court for time reasonable expended in the performance. They're literally taking Mustafa's money and giving it to the prosecutor's independent experts. In court, you told the judge, Investa will not be going in. And here you took his money, you gave it, but then you sent me an email, not only that you're releasing sealed material, and this is going to be used in the hearing on the, let's see, on the 7th, January 7th. Who's sabotaging Mustafa's case? Is Mustafa sabotaging the case for asking you what happened to my vehicle reconstruction? Mustafa asked you for the most basic thing that you can do in this case. The judge gave you the order to go in, extract the dash camera, and reconstruct the vehicle accident. Mustafa asked you, did you go over my cell phone dump, the drive that you're in possession of? Brad Haywood tells Mustafa, go fuck yourself. He hangs up the phone, and then he withdraws. Who's sabotaging Mustafa's case? Who's working for the county? Who's releasing sealed material? The guy that's in solitary confinement that's asking you, where's my reconstruction? Mustafa stood up in court and he asked Judge Weimer, he told Judge Weimer, Your Honor, you gave my defense attorney the order to go in and reconstruct my vehicle. You gave the order to extract my dash camera. The county gave my lawyer money. All I'm asking is the most basic thing that I can ask for. Where is my reconstruction of this vehicle accident? Where is my dash camera? Why am I left in the dark? This defense attorney is not going over my drive, the cell phone dump, and is not going over exculpatory evidence with me. Your Honor, this is a violation of my due process. The lawyer is keeping me in the dark. This is a violation of my due process. Your Honor, the lawyer is telling me to go fuck myself when I'm asking for the most basic thing. Your Honor, the lawyer wants to say, I from solitary confinement somehow have control over this podcast. Your Honor, this is an email where he's releasing sealed material to the podcast. And not only that, he's lying about the information. This is really interesting where he says in this email, as for the extraction from electronic devices, I am not comfortable sharing any details with you, since almost everything I tell you, including information which could be determined detrimental to Mustafa's chances at trial, ends up being broadcast publicly on YouTube channel. Your jail calls are also recorded. Wait a minute. You're telling me this is Mustafa's hard drive? This is Mustafa's hard drive. He doesn't want to go over the hard drive. I'm asking him. If you read here, I'm asking him for Mustafa's hard drive. I'm telling him the police department did a cell phone dump and they gave you the drive. Can you go over that drive with your client? And what does he say? I can't share this information with you. I'm not asking you to share it with me. I'm not asking you to share that drive with me. I'm telling you, your client is asking you to go over that drive and sit down with him. Because the dash camera, the Google Nest videos, the Alexa is on that drive. The police department cut and muted this dash camera, avoided the Google Nest videos, but you have them. Brad Haywood tells me in a phone call, he said he hasn't gone over the drive yet. Trial is just around the corner in March. What are you waiting for? 1 terabyte of information. Information that showed the dash camera, the full dash camera before the police department got to it and cut and muted it is on that drive. And you're avoiding it. And you tell me, you gaslight me and you tell me, oh, I can't share this information with you. I'm not telling you to share it with me. I'm telling you, you should, your client, Mustafa, is asking you to share it with him. But you have no problem sharing. Investor went in. Wait a minute. There's a protective order on this. You're sharing that with me. So you're releasing sealed material. You blame your client for releasing sealed material when you, in fact, is releasing sealed material. and you're avoiding evidence that's going to exonerate your client. I want to go back to the text messages. We stopped at August. And the reason I want to go back to the text message because it's revealing. What Judge Weimer told Brad Haywood yesterday, and he began litigating the case for Brad Haywood on how to withdraw from being Mustafa's lawyer. Because after reading this letter that Mustafa gave him, this email, Judge Carol Weimer, his whole face turned red because now the lawyer is complicit in violating a protective order. I mean, he's literally emailing this podcast sealed material. The judge put a sealed on the finding from the SD card, and here you have this lawyer releasing that sealed material to the podcast. And now the judge is literally looking at a letter, an email sent by this lawyer to this podcast. And it shows that, one, he's lying about his client, that my client is releasing sealed material from solitary confinement. No, you are releasing, you, the defense attorney, Brad Haywood, is releasing sealed material. So the judge's face turns red. He says, I'm going to seal this document. I'm going to put it on the record, but I'm going to seal it. I don't want anybody to see it. Gee, I wonder why, Judge Weimer. Oh, you're protecting the lawyer because it shows that he's releasing sealed material. Well, here we are. Stephanie Buck, you wanted that letter? I'm giving you that letter. Prosecutor Stephanie Buck, you look like a crackhead, ma'am. You look like a recovering heroin addict. You come in with your book bag. I kid you not. I swear to God. I mean, I'm still wrapping my head around what I'm watching in court. You have Stephanie Buck, who walks in literally with a book bag that she bought literally for $10 out of Walmart. You know when you go into Walmart and there's like a section for like the expensive book bags, and the there's an aisle for expensive book bags, and there's literally a cheap section for cheap book bags. There are literally like $10 and they won't pass $15. Literally, she comes in with that book bag, and she's like literally she's really skinny. Her hair is, she's got a giant forehead. Like her hair is like all the way. She's got a receding forehead. You know, for a bald guy to talk about a receding forehead, it's beautiful. But hey, I'm just describing what this prosecutor looks like. Okay, so that way you're looking at what I'm looking at. She comes in with a $10 book bag from Walmart. She's really skinny. She has a giant forehead. Her hair is all the way back, like all the way to the back. Like there's a giant forehead. She's losing hair. Have you seen a chicken that gets fucked by a rooster over and over and has began to lose feathers? That's what you have. That's what her hair looks like. A giant forehead. It's tied into a ponytail. It's curly, but it's tied into a ponytail. She looks really old. She looks like she's been doing a lot of drugs, like hardcore drugs. And she just recovered. And somehow a program opened up for diversity hire, and they somehow hired a Ukrainian that wants to come off as a white girl, a refugee that used to do a lot of drugs, is recovering. And then here you have a program at Prince William County where diversity hire, we hire everybody. And here you are, you have literally someone that lives in a crackhead that somehow went to Nova and got a couple of certificates. And here we have a prosecutor. She comes in with a $10 book bag from Walmart, and Judge Weimer is reading this letter. His face turns red, and all of a sudden she gets up. Judge Weimer says, I'm going to put this on the record, but I'm going to seal it. Prosecutor Stephanie Buck gets up, and she says, Your Honor, we should be able to see that letter. Judge Weimer is like looking at her. He's like, Lady, I've been protecting you for 2.5 years when you're lying about officer. When I say seal it, I'm not sealing it to protect Mustafa. I'm fucking protecting your dumbass. Well, Prosecutor Stephanie Buck, I am here. Captain Save-A-Ho. And I've released this letter for you. How does it look? What's the optics here that Brad Haywood is releasing sealed material? You want to accuse Mustafa of releasing sealed material? Well, let's look at Brad Haywood. You want to tell us, you want to convince us that a guy in solitary confinement, from solitary confinement, has control over this podcast, and he's releasing sealed material, when the lawyer himself, in an email corresponding with this podcast, releasing sealed material, and the judge looks at it, he's like, you goddamn dumbass. Brad Haywood, what the fuck? I should hold you in contempt. You violated my protective order. I'm going to protect you by sealing off this letter. But Brad, I kind of have my hand tied. I have to release this letter because literally they're holding a hearing on on the 7th, whether Mustafa waived his rights to a lawyer by his actions. This is what's going to be litigated. You, the prosecutor, and the judge wants to take his ability to have a lawyer because you're terrified to go to trial. And now you want to say, Mustafa, the guy that's in solitary confinement, is releasing sealed material. I have my communication with Mustafa deteriorated. It was really good for a whole entire year. The minute he asked you what happened, where's my reconstruction? Where's my dash camera? All of a sudden, you're removing yourself from the case. So we have a hearing for Mustafa on the 7th. All this is going to come out. Brad, one thing that I find Brad do in court is that he's telling Judge Weimer that I said that Brad Haywood will never be able to practice law. Now, anybody that's been following my podcast, I never said that. I mean, that's taking my conversation out of context. As a matter of fact, what I said, if you protect this county, who you said falsified Mustafa's case, if you work against your client, you're not going to have a practice in this county. Those are two different things. I never attacked you personally. As a matter of fact, I have a great relationship with you. I mean, here, we're looking at our text messages. You should hear the phone calls. When I come on a podcast, I'm talking about what you're doing in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. I never said that you will never have a practice. That because I hate Brad Haywood, that he's not going to have a practice. I said, if he doesn't protect his client, if he works for the prosecutor, then he's not going to have a practice. Then no one is going to hire Brad Haywood. And I'm not doing anything. I'm going over what you said in court. I'm going over the filing that you filed in court. I mean, we're asking legitimate questions. Where is the reconstruction of the vehicle accident? This is a car accident. And the county says one thing, Mustafa says another thing. Would you not agree that a reconstruction should happen? Did the judge not order you an order to reconstruct the vehicle? He gave you the order. Did the county not give you money to hire independent experts? Where is it? Where is the dash camera? That's what your client is asking. He has a great relationship with you, even after you told him to go fuck himself. That poor kid, Mustafa's in solitary confinement, and you go in and you tell him to go fuck himself? What are you doing? My favorite part is he admitted to it yesterday, and he said, Your Honor, I didn't tell him to go fuck himself in a bad way. I said it in a lovely way. What do you mean? This is not your buddy at Starbucks. This is a guy that's been in solitary confinement for over 2.5 years. This is the guy that you say the police falsified his case. This is a guy that they beat and abuse. Correctional officer beat and abuse him inside the jail. Let's continue. And you're going to go in and tell me, oh, I didn't tell him to go fuck himself. I told him in a lovely way to go fuck himself. What the fuck are you doing? How many clients have you told to go fuck themselves that you're so comfortable telling your client to go fuck himself? That you're so comfortable covering up for the police department? You're literally going to take the fund, give it to the prosecutor, independent expert. You're going to lie to your client. You're going to stall your client's case. What are you doing? And Judge Weimer just lets you off the hook. I mean, let's go all the way to this is my text communication with Brad. Let's see. This is when he told Mustafa to go fuck himself. All right, so on October 21st, Brad Haywood at 12:32 p.m. on Tuesday, he says, can you ask Mustafa to call me before Friday? Dr. Specker is visiting him then. I also mailed Mustafa the motions he wanted. So I say, at 1:56 p.m., I said, I just got off the phone with Mustafa. He is about to call you now. That's what I told Brad. Okay? So Brad talks to Mustafa. And then Brad texted me. He said, that did not go well. He does not think I'm working on his behalf. He told me I'm in cahoots with Sarah Sammy. I told him I'm sick of this, meaning I'm sick of having everything I do second-guessed and criticized, which I am. Mustafa then said that I should withdraw from the case. I was mad, but I feel I had every right to be. If you or Mohammed would like to talk to Mustafa to help mediate the situation, please do. I'm not going to file a motion to withdraw immediately, in part because I want to make sure the experts are on track to complete their work, but dialogue need to improve or else withdrawal might be inevitable. Mustafa never said that. Mustafa asked Brad Haywood, did you reconstruct my vehicle accident? Where are the results? The judge said by the end of September. And if that hasn't been done, when is it going to be done? The county gave you money. You have a judge order to reconstruct the vehicle. Where is it? When is it going to be done? Mustafa asked Brad Haywood, where is my reconstruction? Where is my extraction for it? Where's my dash camera? Mustafa asked his lawyer, did you go over the cell phone dump? Brad Haywood says no. Well, why not? Trial is just around the corner. When are you going to go over my drive? And when are you going to go over the drive with me? Literally, my dash camera, my Google Nest video, everything is on it. Mustafa never said, withdraw, you're working with the prosecutor. Mustafa never said that. He asked you for the most basic things. So I replied back to Brad. I said, hi, Brad. This is October 21, 9:11 p.m. Hi, Brad. I spoke with Mustafa and he wanted me to communicate a few important things. By the way, this is after he told Mustafa to go fuck himself. Mustafa asked him for the reconstruction, the extraction, and his hard drive. And Brad told him, dude, go fuck yourself. How does that make any sense? Okay. And literally, Brad admitted to it yesterday. Hi, Brad. I spoke with Mustafa and he wanted me to communicate a few important points to you. First, he feels there has been some misunderstanding, primarily because he hasn't been able to review the material in his case. He believes this is affecting his ability to participate in his defense, and his due process is being compromised since he cannot go through the evidence himself. Being unable to review the case file or material fact has caused him a lot of frustrations. Not directed toward you personally, but toward the situation itself. Mustafa also asked me to convey that he genuinely appreciates all the time, effort, and dedication you've put in his case. He wants you to remain on the case and value your work. He's hoping for better communication regarding when the independent expert will inspect his dash camera and when the independent expert will reconstruct the vehicle accident. Finally, Mustafa would like to request that the evaluation with Dr. Speckard, psychologist Dr. Specker, be rescheduled until after these two independent examinations are complete. His reasoning is that Dr. Specker should have access to the complete and unaltered information, including the dash camera footage and the full accident reconstruction. Before meeting with him, he feels that that would allow for a more fair and informed evaluation. Thank you for taking the time to hear his concern and for continuing to work with him through this process. Best regard, Ammar Al-Jazairi. Okay, so what we're finding out through this is Brad Haywood calls Mustafa. Mustafa asks him for the results, the reconstruction and the extraction of the dash camera. And he's asking him about his other exculpatory evidence. Brad Haywood doesn't give Mustafa any information about the results. And instead, he wanted Dr. Specker to go in and sit down with Mustafa. Dr. Specker has an affidavit. Dr. Specker have an affidavit where she looked at the evidence, looked at the dash camera, and said, this is a car accident. I'm looking at Mustafa's facial reaction. I'm looking at the whole entire case. I've looked at the evidence, and there's literally an affidavit where she says this isn't a car accident. And now Brad Haywood all of a sudden wants to do, he's not worried about the reconstruction of the vehicle accident. He's not bringing in the independent expert. He's not updating Mustafa. He's not doing it. So far, until this day, it hasn't been done. Instead, he wants to bring in Dr. Speckard, and he wants Dr. Speckard to sit down with Mustafa again. Now, we found out, and Mustafa here is telling him, I don't have a problem sitting down with Dr. Speckard, but let's reschedule that. I'm going to sit down with Dr. Speckard, but don't you think it would make sense before Dr. Speckard sits down with me and go over this material that you're going to extract the dash camera, reconstruct my vehicle? These findings should be given to Dr. Speckard, who's going to look at this case, all of it, before she sits down with me. It doesn't make sense that I sit down with Dr. Speckard when literally there are missing information. My vehicle hasn't been reconstructed. My dash camera hasn't been extracted. And you want me sit down with Dr. Speckard to do what exactly? Let's get this information. Let's get that information. And I have no problem sitting down with Dr. Speckard. So Brad Haywood gets frustrated, get angry, and he tells Mustafa to go fuck himself. And then later we found out why Brad Haywood is so adamant about Dr. Speckard sitting down with Mustafa, that he's not interested in extracting the vehicle, extracting the dash camera, reconstructing he's not interested. Instead, what he's filing in court, he told Judge Weimer that in court. The prosecutor Sarah Sammy, is filing a lemonade motion. She's requesting, in agreement with the defense, Brad Haywood agreed with the prosecutor to remove the affidavit of Dr. Specker, where she said, Mustafa, reaction, this is a vehicle accident. So now you don't have the prosecutor attacking Mustafa's expert. You have Mustafa's own defense attacking the expert. And what he told Judge Weimer in court is that I agree, he's in agreement to remove the affidavit of Dr. Specker. And what he wanted to do is bring her in, have her sit down with Mustafa, and have her rewrite her affidavit. Is that Mustafa is on prescribed Adderall, that he has attention deficit disorder, that Mustafa, this whole accident is because of attention deficit disorder. The fuck are you talking about? The fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? What they wanted to do, what Brad Haywood is now doing, is the same thing that Casey Stevens, the first defense attorney, is what we have, what they tried to do 2.5 years ago. 2.5 years ago, Mustafa was beaten up inside the jail by correctional officers. And we have a body cam where Casey Stevens, the first defense attorney that stole our money, and we found that he has a relationship, he's friends with the investigator, Robert Drum, that falsified this case, is on body cam conspiring against Mustafa to write him off as incompetent. And now you have Brad Haywood that wants to do the same thing. And it's not a conspiracy because I literally have the motion that was filed. I'm in court when Brad Haywood told Judge Weimer, I'm bringing Dr. Specker not for what she said before. We're removing the affidavit. I want to bring her in to write Mustafa off as, you want to write Mustafa off as incompetent. And the reason that you're so angry, because once the dash camera comes out, once the SD card, the reconstruction of the vehicle comes out, you can't play around anymore. So what you want to do is bring in the psychiatrist before anything comes out. And you want to prevent anything. You literally took the money, gave it to the prosecutor, independent expert, and tell her, good luck, go find it. You withdrew all the body cams where you were going to show that this police department falsified this whole entire case. Now you want to attack the psychiatrist, Mustafa's expert, that says this is a car accident. And you want to agree with the prosecutor to remove that affidavit and bring her in for something else. I say that you're working for the police department. Let's continue reading Brad Haywood's text messages. Let's see. All right, so Brad Haywood says, all right. Brad Haywood replies to me. He said, we can't postpone Dr. Specker's evaluation. She's not going to review much evidence at all. She's going to speak with Mustafa and conduct an assessment, tying her finding to the evidence and defense case is mostly my... What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You're telling me that you're bringing a whole entire psychiatrist and the psychiatrist is not going to look at the evidence? She's just going to sit down with Mustafa? What are you talking about? Dr. Specker, in an affidavit, she said, I reviewed the material in this case. I looked at the dash camera, and Mustafa is reacting to a vehicle accident. We're going to go over the affidavit. Here he's gaslighting the whole conversation. He's like, Brad Haywood said, we can't postpone Dr. Specker. Why not? Your client is not telling you, I'm not going to sit down with the psychiatrist. He's telling you, the priority is the reconstruction of the vehicle accident, the extraction of my dash camera. Once that's on the table, when I sit down with Dr. Specker, I want her to see my evidence. He tells him, we can't postpone Dr. Specker's evaluation. She's not going to review much evidence at all. What do you mean? How is she not going to review the evidence? She's going to speak with Mustafa and conduct an assessment. Oh, you want to pay her off a little bit extra. Did the county pump over $20,000 for $27,000 for Dr. Specker just to come in again and write Mustafa off as incompetent? Was that the plan? They want to remove her original affidavit where she said this is a car accident. Mustafa's reaction is to a car accident. This is consistent with someone reacting to a vehicle accident. They want to pay her a little bit extra money. We can't postpone Dr. Specker's evaluation. She's not going to review much evidence at all. She's going to speak with Mustafa and conduct an assessment, tying her finding to the evidence and defense case is mostly my job. You're not an expert. Don't you rely on an expert? Oh, your expert is not going to look at the evidence. What are we talking about? So I wrote, hey, Brad, when you get a moment, could you please text me the drafted order from the Brady motion? I really appreciated it. And what I'm after is you filed a Brady motion. I'm a paralegal. I know that after you file a motion, a Brady motion, there has to be an order. And the order entails what you agreed with the prosecutor. What are you going to get? What are you not going to get? Now, Brad Haywood tells me I can't share the draft. Wonder why you can't share the draft with me. Unfortunately, they're work products by both sides, and the final language is still being ironed out. It would be in the record once it's filed. Please let me know if Mustafa is going to participate in the evaluation tomorrow. He doesn't want to share the draft with me. He told me it's not done. We're still being worked on. Oh, we'll give it to you later. Once it's filed, then we'll give it to you later. In court, by the way, he never gives Mustafa the order. He blocks Mustafa from having a copy of the order. And he tells Mustafa, did you not see? Were you not in court when I litigated this whole thing? He doesn't want Mustafa to see that Brad Haywood literally withdrew. Let's see if I can find it. Had it earlier. Literally withdrew the Brady motion. There we go. Literally withdrew the whole entire Brady motion. Body-worn camera or other recording of the crime scene processing and child witness body cams is granted, but the defense withdrew. See right there? The defense withdrew. He's no longer going after those body cams. He doesn't want Mustafa or us to know that he made a deal with this prosecutor behind closed doors. Let's go back to the text messages. Let's continue. All right. So Brad Haywood said, I can't share the draft for the Brady order. Unfortunately, they're the workout product by both sides, and the final language is still being ironed out. You withdrew what you were granted. You're not going after the police department, and you're not getting the body cams. You made a deal with this prosecutor. There we go. Okay, I can mail. Let's see, where am I at? All right, there we go. Please let me know if Mustafa is going to participate in the evaluation tomorrow. All right. That's all he wants. He wants Dr. Specker, that's being now paid $27,000. Back in December, they didn't want to pay her a penny. Judge Weimer says you can bring in any expert except Dr. Specker. Why? Because she wrote an evaluation and she refused to lie about the case. She wrote an evaluation that I watched. I looked at the evidence. I looked at the dash camera, and this is consistent with someone reacting to a vehicle accident. This is a car accident. Judge Weimer is angry. The prosecutor is angry. Now Brad Haywood is attacking his own experts. He wants to remove the affidavit where she says this is a car accident. He wants to bring her in to write Mustafa off as incompetent. So I wrote back to Brad. I said, Mustafa will not be meeting with Dr. Specker until after the reconstruction of the vehicle accident and the extraction of the SD card. And that's fine, since you cannot share the Brady order with me. Then please schedule a time to share the order with Mustafa so that he is in the loop of what is going on in this case. Okay, you don't want to share it with me? Share it with your client. Your client is asking you to share it with him. If he won't meet with, he wouldn't let it go. Here he says, if he won't meet with her, then I'm not sure what to say. It's one of the most crucial aspects of the defense case. And waiting is not an option, nor is it necessary for the evaluation. Her assessment is of Mustafa, not the video. What are you talking about? How does that make any sense? Sam and I talked. It is impossible to wait as long as Mustafa wants. What do you mean? How long is it going to take? Judge Weimer said by the end of September, you're supposed to already come up. This is October 23rd. How long is a reconstruction take? Take 1 day. How long is an extraction of the dash camera take off an SD card? It takes you literally 10 minutes. Mustafa is simply asking you. He tells you, I'm going to sit down with Dr. Specker. But shouldn't you put those on the table first? Sam and I talked. It is impossible to wait as long as Mustafa wants. We can try to reschedule the evaluation for a couple of weeks from now, when one of us can be present to help smooth over any bumps. What bumps? What are you talking about? In the road. You know better than I do whether that will make any difference. What do you mean? Why would that make any difference? What are you talking about? Your client is telling you, I'm going to sit down with Dr. Specker, but I want everything on the table. Amar, just so you're aware, the representation you've been making, this is November 21st. Let's read his text. November 21st. Amar, just so you're aware, the representation you've been making recently of your podcast are false. Investor extracted data from the SD card over a month ago and spoke with the defense team about the extraction last week. They did not recover audio. You're releasing sealed material. There's a protective order on this. And we know that you're lying because in court, you told Judge Weimer, Investa will not be going in. Look, if you haven't figured out, these people, the more they do, they're digging a bigger hole for themselves. It's like literally, they're digging a hole. I mean, I can't get over what this county is doing. They're so incompetent that they're not getting the hint. This file is already on the internet. And the more you do, the more this county does to cover up their tracks, they're digging a bigger hole for themselves. This lawyer is sitting there telling Judge Carol Weimer in the first motion to withdraw that, Your Honor, there's a breakdown in communication. What do you mean? I mean, up until Mustafa is asking you for his reconstruction and extraction, his evidence that the judge ordered you to get. You were given money to get. It was a great relationship. But all of a sudden, you want to bring in Dr. Specker. And your client is not telling you, I don't want to sit down with Dr. Specker. He's telling you, I'm going to sit down with her. But where's my other evidence? How does it make sense that I sit down with an expert if the evidence is not on the table yet? Shouldn't you get the dash camera, the reconstruction of the accident? So when I sit down with Dr. Specker, she's looking at my evidence. I have a filing. So that way we're not sitting here. When we come to a conclusion of what Brad Haywood is doing in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case, we're basing it on material in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. I'm not sitting here telling you my conclusions to what's going on. No, I'm telling you, this is the filing. This is what they're saying in court. This is what they're doing in court. Here are the body cams. Here are the documents that they hid from you for over 2.5 years. Explain to me what this defense attorney is doing. And at the end of the day, the community is the deciding factor. This is a case that's being litigated all over the internet. Julie Carey with NBC4 came out with a narrative out of the police department. And this podcast is releasing the actual file. And it doesn't look good for the county. I mean, when you have a document where your defense attorney, this is Mustafa's file. Let's see. $3 hours and almost 30 minutes. Even the iPad gave up on me. Did the iPad give up? Hope not. Let's see. It looks... Oh, no. I'm just on the wrong screen. Let's see. There we go. All right. We are back in business. All right. So just so that we're not sitting here. So when we make a claim, it's actually based on what's going on in this case. Prosecutor Sarah Sammy filed a motion, a limine motion, where she's attacking Dr. Specker, the expert that's testifying to that this is a car accident. Let's see. Let me see if I can pull it up. There we go. I think this is it. There we go. Brad Haywood, this is what he's talking about. In court, he tells Judge Weimer that he's agreeing with the prosecutor to remove Mustafa's expert, Dr. Speckard, who testified and put on affidavit that this is a car accident. Mustafa's facial reaction is consistent with the car accident. And what he wants to do, he agrees with the prosecutor to remove, and this is a motion that Prosecutor Sarah Sammy, Stephanie Buck filed, Commonwealth in limine to exclude defense expert Dr. Speckard and evidence of mental health. So your own, I mean, imagine what's happening here. You want to tell me that Brad Haywood is not compromised? Brad Haywood is attacking his own client's expert. Let's read Dr. Speckard, what Dr. Speckard says. I mean, you want to convince me that Brad Haywood is not compromised? What would you do when the county falsified your case and you have an expert who's testifying, you have a lawyer who's, one, he doesn't go after the body cams. The judge grants him evidence that showed they falsified this case. And he sits down with the prosecutor and he says, you know what, prosecutor? I'm not going to go after the body cams too, because I don't want to compromise your case, your falsified case. I'm not going to go after the body cam that I was granted by a judge that's going to show that your officer falsified this case. And then I'm going to take it further. I'm going to attack for you, prosecutor. Brad Haywood is going to attack the expert of his own client. Does that make any sense? You want to convince me that he's not compromised? Oh, absolutely. He's working for the prosecution. And now that we're talking about this, he's in a position where he's being exposed. I mean, at the end of the day, this defense attorney has a practice within Prince William County. You think anybody's going to hire this defense attorney knowing that this is what he's done in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case? Absolutely not. I mean, you're the most crucial piece of component in this whole... You will remain on the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. You're going to be under this microscope. I mean, I can no longer not talk about Mustafa without not talking about you. I mean, look at what you've done in this case. You sat on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year. You stalled the case. If I go back to February, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth was in a really bad position in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. Because at that point, what she's done is she had violated his Not only did she use officers to falsify his case, she violated the 6-month speedy trial. Within 6 months, if you don't waive your rights to a speedy trial, you have to take the individual to trial. Amy Ashworth had Mustafa Al-Jazairi sit in a county jail in solitary confinement for a whole entire year. Brad Haywood enters Mustafa as a defense attorney, enters Mustafa's case. And the first thing he does is he waives Mustafa's speedy trial. He doesn't tell Mustafa. He doesn't consult with his client. He makes that decision on his own. Well, Mustafa found out later, he wrote a letter to the judge, and he put it on the record that my lawyer is making decision without my decision, without consulting with me. Why would you waive my right to a speedy trial? And if I didn't know any better, Brad Haywood solved that legal issue for Commonwealth Amy Ashworth. But that's on the record. That can't go anywhere. It's gonna come up. Yesterday in a motion to withdraw, Mustafa brought that up in court. He says, Your Honor, this lawyer waived my speedy trial. I wrote a letter to you, Judge Weimer, that I had no idea he waived my trial. He waived it without talking to me. That's on the record. So that's what Brad Haywood did on day one. And then stalled the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case for just about a year and wanted to contain the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case for the police department. Patch up this case for the police department. He comes in, he writes a Brady motion, a beautiful Brady motion that pretty much includes everything that we've been talking about on the podcast. He takes the blowback that the county is getting from the material that we're releasing. It's beautiful. He held a beautiful Brady motion only to go behind closed doors and tell the prosecutor, don't worry about giving me anything. That was all a show. And then depletes Mustafa's funds. He depletes Mustafa's funds. Doesn't come up with the extraction of the dash camera. Doesn't come up with the reconstruction. Instead, he began attacking his own experts. Let's go over the affidavit with Dr. Speckard and look at how significant Dr. Speckard is. And why are they so terrified from having an affidavit? By the way, this is going to come up in court. An expert looked at this case and wrote an affidavit. They can't run away from All right, Dr. Specker, page 1247. All right, let's see, page 1247. All right, 709, 1247. Almost there. 1247. All right. There we go. 1247. Almost there. All right. Actually, it's 1252. All right. So Dr. Specker is page 1252. All right. So let's read what Dr. Specker. And why are they so terrified? And now you have Brad Haywood attacking his own expert to protect this prosecutor. All right, what does Dr. Specker say? All right. Affidavit for Dr. Specker and Speckard. I, Dr. Ann Speckard, state as follows. I am over the age of 18 and qualified to make this affidavit. I am a resident of the state of Virginia and make this affidavit based on my own personal and professional knowledge. I have no direct or indirect interest in the outcome of this case, for which I am offering observation, analysis, opinion, and testimony. I obtained Item 4, I obtained a Bachelor of Science from the University of Wisconsin at Madison in 1980. I obtained Item 5, I obtained a Master's of Science in Child and Family Studies from the University of Wisconsin at Madison in 1981. Item 6, I obtained a PhD in Family Social Science from the University of Minnesota at St. Paul in 1985. Item 7, I am currently Director of the International Center for the Study of Violent Extremism, served for over 2 decades, and Adjunct Associate Professor of Psychiatry at Georgetown University School of Medicine, and also served as an affiliate in the Center of Security Studies, Georgetown University. So she's just giving you her background. Item 8, I'm a member of, in good standing, of the American Psychological Association and am licensed in Virginia as both a licensed professional counselor and marriage and family therapist, and I have a clinical psychotherapy practice. I have been qualified as an expert witness in numerous hearings, including in testimony before Congress and federal district court, military court, Virginia Circuit Court, and Immigration Court. Item 10, I have been specifically qualified as an expert witness in the psychological trauma in numerous matters. Item 11, as a result of my education and experience and my review of the literature, I have working knowledge and expertise in how individuals physically and emotionally respond to traumatic situation and dangerous circumstances, including how individuals respond in split-second decision-making situation and after traumatic event. This is specifically for Mustafa. We're talking about a vehicle accident, and here she's telling you that she's an expert in, as a result of my, I'm going to read it one more time. As a result of my educational and expertise, in my review of the literature, I have working knowledge and expertise in how individual physically and emotionally responds to traumatic situations and dangerous circumstances, including how individuals respond in split-second decision-making situations and after traumatic events. Item 12, I am familiar with the facts of this case and have specifically reviewed the interior dash camera video of the defendant, Mustafa Al-Jazairi, reaction immediately before the car crash in this matter. More specifically, I am aware of the allegation that Mr. Al-Jazairi steered his vehicle into oncoming traffic. That's what they're saying. While in the middle of the intersection, that Mr. Al-Jazairi failed to forcibly depress the brake pedal in his vehicle. That's what they're saying. And that Mr. Al-Jazairi stated to law enforcement after event that he did not recall certain details regarding the crash. Item 13, in my expert opinion, this is what Dr. Specker says, in my expert opinion, that Mr. Al-Jazairi action and reaction, specifically including but not limited to his decision to steer his vehicle to the left into opposite traffic when he was in an intersection with his car lane ending, his facial expression and reaction immediately before the crash, his failure to forcibly depress the brake pedal in his vehicle, and his failure to recall detail after the crash are all completely consistent with a lay individual trying but failing to avoid a dangerous situation, but freezing or shutting down, and the subsequent psychological response to a trauma event, more specifically, Mr. Al-Jazairi's action and reaction before the crash, are completely consistent with an individual reacting to a dangerous and traumatic situation while trying to avoid harm. And it is incredibly common for individuals to freeze but fail to respond optimally when faced with a dangerous and traumatic event, specifically in quickly changing and life-threatening circumstances. It is also incredibly common for individuals to have a dissociative response in the case of a traumatic event and thus not remember all the details of a traumatic event after they occur. This is Mustafa's reaction. Now, you've got a situation where the police department evidence show that they chopped up Mustafa's dash camera. Officer Chad Mason admitted to cutting Mustafa's dash camera, muting and cutting Mustafa's dash camera. There are 17 frames missing from the camera facing inside the vehicle. Now, evidence show that the police department cut and muted Mustafa's dash camera. Now, we're looking at a dash camera where the frame continue to the frame inside the vehicle, the dash camera, cuts off while the camera on the outside continues rolling. Evidence showed that they cut Mustafa's dash camera. And they didn't just cut Mustafa's dash camera. They took 17 frames from the camera facing inside the vehicle. When you count the frames, that's 17 frames. And what are they doing here? They're cutting Mustafa's facial reaction. Now, even with the cut version, what do we see? We see Mustafa reacting to a vehicle accident. I mean, this is the dash camera. This is Mustafa. You see that his tongue is stuck inside his cheeks. You see his jaw wide open. He's reacting to a vehicle accident. Mustafa's jaw is wide open. He's reacting to a vehicle accident. He sticks his tongue inside his cheeks. This is a reaction. He's reacting to a vehicle accident. He's panicked. The police department inspected his vehicle and they found brake failure. This is a body cam where the police department...
Right rear tire.
Not me, not you. The police department themselves inspected Mustafa's vehicle. And on police body cam, they found brake failure. The front caliper does not work, does not engage. The back caliper does not engage. And Mustafa's foot is on the brake the whole entire time. The vehicle would not stop. Let's watch the body cam.
Brake didn't engage.
Now, you have a situation where the computer inside the vehicle show that Mustafa's foot is on the brake the whole entire time. You have a situation where the brake doesn't work. And you have a situation where the police department, an officer, showed up and is now testifying to cutting Mustafa's dash camera. And he took 17 frames from Mustafa's dash camera facing inside the vehicle. And we're sitting here litigating a camera that's cut by the police department. And what do we see? We still see that Mustafa is reacting to a vehicle accident. Let's go back to Dr. Specker. And specifically, Dr. Specker says, item 13, in my expert opinion, that Mr. Al-Jazairi action and reaction, specifically including but not limited to his decision to steer his vehicle to the left into opposite traffic when he was in an intersection, which his car lane ending, his facial reaction and reaction immediately before the crash, his failure to forcibly depress the brake pedal in his vehicle, and his failure to recall details after the crash are all completely consistent with a lay individual trying but failing to avoid a dangerous situation by freezing or shutting down. And the subsequent psychological response to a traumatic event, more specifically, Mr. Al-Jazairi's action and reaction before the crash, are completely consistent with an individual reacting to a dangerous traumatic situation while trying to avoid harm, and is incredibly common for the individual to freeze and fail to respond optimally when faced with a dangerous and traumatic event, specifically in quickly changing and life-threatening circumstances. It is incredibly common for individuals to have a dissociative response in the case of traumatic event and does not remember all the details of a traumatic event after they occur. Today, we have Mustafa's defense attorney that's attacking the expert that's testifying that this is a car accident. And when we call him out on this podcast, I mean, what am I doing on this podcast? I'm reading this. I'm reading the motion that he filed. I'm reading the transcript of when he said in court that I'm in agreement with the prosecutor. We're going to remove the affidavit. I mean, you're telling the community. I'm not telling the community that Brad Haywood is working with the prosecutor. His action speaks for itself. And that's why he's terrified. That's why he had to withdraw from this case, because it's going to ruin his career. Because if he continued doing what he's doing, he will no longer be able to practice law in this county. So what does he do? He tells Judge Weimer, Your Honor, the communication have deteriorated. What do you mean? I mean, we went over our text messages. You were fine until your client asked you for the most basic thing that you can ask for in this case. Did you not file a Brady motion? Did you not ask for money for independent expert? Where are they? Over $100,000 that's being spent on this county. Your taxpayers' money is, I mean, imagine you work 9 to 5. You pay tax, and that tax that you pay, your taxpayers' money went into Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. The county gave Mustafa's defense attorney, Brad Haywood, over $100,000 to hire independent experts and reconstruct a vehicle accident and extract the dash camera. And Brad Haywood doesn't, he has nothing to, he's not answering where did the money go. As a matter of fact, Judge Carol Weimer allowed him to withdraw without asking him, where's the money? Judge Weimer yesterday in a, when evidence showed that, I mean, Brad Haywood sat there for a good 30 minutes telling Judge Weimer that Mustafa, the guy that's sitting in solitary confinement, is releasing and is responsible for what this podcast does from solitary confinement. Judge Weimer said, there's nothing, I mean, there's no way you can tell me a guy in solitary confinement has any control over a media outlet. That just doesn't make any sense. And then evidence show Mustafa gave him the letter where Brad Haywood is in communication with us on the podcast, releasing sealed material. Judge Weimer turned around and he said to Brad Haywood, I mean, literally, Judge Weimer is looking at a letter that Brad Haywood violated the protective order, and is, one, he's lying to Judge Weimer about his client releasing sealed material. 2, he's releasing sealed material. 3, he's breaking the protective order, and Judge Weimer is looking at the evidence right in front of him in an email. The email we went over. So Judge Weimer turns around, he puts it on the record, but he seals it. He doesn't want anybody to look at it. And to protect this defense attorney and allow the prosecutor to get what she wants, which is she wants Mustafa without a lawyer, he starts litigating for Brad Haywood how to get out of this case. And he tells Brad Haywood, would you not agree that by law that the defense attorney ultimately has dictates what the strategy should be? And that's absolutely true. That's by law. The defense can talk to his client, but ultimately the lawyer can dictate how to move forward. Now, Judge Weimer is litigating that for Brad Haywood, because Brad Haywood is not saying that. Brad Haywood says that Mustafa is in charge of this podcast, and therefore he's releasing sealed material. And when he's caught in a lie, all of a sudden it shows that he is releasing sealed material. Judge Weimer is now litigating for Brad Haywood. And he says, now that we agree that the lawyer ultimately dictate strategy, would you not agree that this is the reason that is the same reason for the previous lawyer? Are you telling me that Mustafa does not agree with your strategy? Brad Haywood was like, absolutely, Your Honor. Yeah, he's not going along with my strategy. What strategy do you have? have you discussed strategy with Mustafa? And Judge Weimer tells him, there you go. You can withdraw from this case. Not on the basis that Mustafa is releasing sealed material, that there's a podcast. No, none of that. Because that show how it played out, and the evidence that's on the table showed that Brad Haywood lied. And as a matter of fact, he's releasing sealed material. Now they're talking about that Mustafa is against the strategy of the lawyer. So you're telling me for the whole entire year, you're on board with the strategy. All of a sudden, you're not on board with the strategy. What changed? Last time I checked, Mustafa didn't tell you that he doesn't want to sit down with Dr. Speckard. He told you, I'm willing to sit down with Dr. Speckard, but where is my reconstruction that the judge ordered and the county gave you money for independent expert? Did you reconstruct my vehicle? Can we do that? Can we extract my dash camera? And I'm more than happy to sit down with the psychiatrist, Dr. Speckard. So where are we disagreeing on strategy? By the way, this is all going to come out, litigated. And the foundation of what happened yesterday, and what Judge Carol Weimer did not ask is this lawyer incompetent? Did he work against his client to protect the county? Evidence showed that Brad Haywood is working against his client. He's attacking his experts. He's not going after missing body cams. He's lying to his client. And that is ground for ineffective counsel. 2.5 years ago, there's a body cam where Casey Stephen, the first defense attorney, is standing with the police officer that falsified Mustafa's case, and they're conspiring over writing off Mustafa incompetent. We released that body cam. That body cam is all over the internet. And today we have a Brad Haywood that's attempting to do the same thing. Brad Haywood is under the microscope, and he's going to continue to be under the microscope. We're releasing, unfortunately, we have to, because there's a hearing on the 7th. And the hearing is, is Mustafa waiving his rights to a lawyer because of his action? And we have evidence that text messages, phone calls with Brad Haywood, emails with Brad Haywood, and we might just have to go into Blake Weiner, because Judge Carol Weimer, the presiding judge, opened the door for the previous defense attorney. So we didn't want to go through those phone calls and those text messages because they're very, it's going to show you how this county has been playing with, toying with Mustafa for the past 2.5 years. I mean, for 2.5 years, and to this day, Mustafa has not had the ability to reconstruct his vehicle accident. Why? Because 2.5 years ago, we have a body cam where prosecutor Sarah Sammy blocked the reconstruction. This is a body cam where we hired an independent expert to go in and reconstruct Mustafa's vehicle, only to be blocked by the prosecutor. I mean, she tells Judge Weimer, and that's on the record, we have the transcript, Your Honor, I did not block the reconstruction. Well, let's look at this body cam. Let's look at this body cam together. And let's see if Prosecutor Sarah Sammy did not lie to Judge Carol Weimer in court. In a Brady motion, in a motion to have this vehicle reconstructed by Brad Haywood, Sarah Sammy told Judge Weimer, I never blocked the reconstruction. Well, let's hear what her investigator is talking about. This is the independent expert 2.5 years ago. I paid $5,000 and hired this guy. This is our defense attorney, Casey Stevens, who I found out later, took over $45,000 from me. Over $45,000 from me, only to find out that he never told us that he's friends with this investigator, that in 2016, he had a vehicle accident where this investigator that's today falsifying my brother's statements on a police report is the same investigator that this defense attorney got in a vehicle accident, was driving intoxicated. It's a hit and run. He left the scene. And the same investigator that was there and cut him a break, he only got 90 days suspended. Let me crash a vehicle, be drunk, and flee the scene, and let me get 90. You think I'm going to get 90 days suspended? They gave Casey Stevens 90 days suspended. Who is the main investigator on the scene? Is the same investigator today falsifying the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. And then, so he takes $45,000. Then I found out that he's friends with this investigator. And then on body cam, he's covering up for the police department. He's covering up for this investigator that falsified the case. I paid $5,000 to bring in this expert. And when I found out that they had crushed and staged the vehicle, removed the original scan. There's a scan that they do of the vehicle of Mustafa and the other scan. And then they had me pay $5,000 for an independent expert to go in where on body cam, he was prevented from inspecting the vehicle. And they told him, you can only take pictures. You're going to take pictures of the vehicle they crushed and staged. He can't download the ACM. Well, let's watch the body cam. There's a judge order to reconstruct the vehicle. And on body cam, you're going to see the same investigator that falsified Mustafa's statements is telling the independent experts, prosecutor Sarah Sammy said, you cannot touch the vehicle. Well, how the hell is he supposed to reconstruct it if he can't even touch it? There's a judge order to reconstruct the vehicle. Let's watch together.
Which one is it?
What's that?
Which one is
It's in the box. Per my conversation with Sarah, said this is the first time I've ever done this in 18 years. She said we can pull it out for you.
Yeah.
You can look at it. She doesn't want anybody touching it.
Okay. Like touching it, I mean, can I?
Like if you want to take pictures and all that, but if anything needs to be manipulated, we'll do it for you for chain of custody issues.
Perfect. Sure. Okay.
But yeah, you're more than welcome to like poke around.
Yeah.
But nothing gets moved, changed, or anything like that. So.
Cool. Did y'all already pull the module?
The ACM? Yeah, we've got it.
Okay.
That was put into evidence. The EDR download's already been done, but if you want to go in and do it again, be my guest.
Okay, I didn't know if y'all had the module.
They gave him a PDF and they never gave him the actual, they never let him download it himself, the raw data. And what they're doing is they're extracting material from the data inside Mustafa's vehicle.
Sorry, they got some Dumfries cop doing something right now.
Okay, so they block him from reconstructing the vehicle. Here you have, by the way, this is the vehicle. Look at what they've done to the vehicle. I mean, how does that make any sense? They chopped up the whole entire vehicle. They chopped up the whole entire vehicle. Where's the roof? Where's the vehicle? This is the vehicle. I mean, does that even make sense? This is the vehicle. How does that make any sense? What you have on the right is the vehicle at the scene after the accident. Here. This is what the vehicle looked like after the accident. And this is what they've done to the vehicle. Does that make sense? And they removed the original scan. They scanned Mustafa's vehicle at the scene. They scanned the other vehicle. They removed that scan. And they bring in the independent expert that I paid $5,000 to scan a vehicle that's already chopped up and staged. He can't touch the vehicle because you're going to find brake failure. So what they do, they just want him to scan the vehicle. And the computer is just going to misread how the accident happened. I mean, the computer is not going to read the accident anymore. It's going to read the staged vehicle. How does it make sense? The question is, how does it make sense for 2.5 years the vehicle have not been reconstructed? The vehicle accident has not been reconstructed. And did you hear what the main investigator tells the independent expert? He said, Sarah Sammy, prosecutor Sarah Sammy says you cannot touch the vehicle. Wait a minute. Why can't he touch the vehicle? There's a judge order to reconstruct the vehicle. What's a prosecutor so terrified that she's blocking the reconstruction of the vehicle accident? They're terrified because the evidence showed that this is a car accident. And what they've done is they sealed off the case and they lied about the whole entire thing. Well, prosecutor Sarah Sammy is using officer that falsified a whole entire case. They falsified Mustafa's statements. They chopped up the vehicle. They staged the vehicle. They sealed off material where Mustafa's foot was on the brake the whole entire time. They concealed the fact that they inspected the vehicle and found brake failure. Evidence showed that they cut and muted Mustafa's dash camera. Weaponized children that are 9, 10, 14, and 16. These are children. You're weaponizing them against Mustafa. Now that there's a giant leak in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case, that we got into the server, the police department server, evidence.com, a lawyer is given to you by the county. There's a major leak. Everybody's talking about it. This case is going viral on the internet. Body cams that are sealed is now on the internet. Documents that are sealed, that's on the internet. And it shows that the police department falsified a whole entire case. This is a car accident. Mustafa Al-Jazairi lost his family in a car accident. Mustafa did everything he can to avoid a vehicle accident. All of a sudden, the county is giving you a lawyer. The county is pumping $100,000 into this case. And when this podcast puts this lawyer under a microscope, we find out that he's working with the prosecutor. I mean, the county gave you $100,000 for an expert to reconstruct the vehicle accident, to extract the dash cam. Where is it? Instead, the lawyer doesn't come up with it. The lawyer doesn't go after the missing body cams. Instead, he's putting on a show. He files a Brady motion. The county gives $100,000, gives you a lawyer. He files a beautiful Brady motion. Well, what's the result? What's the result from your beautiful Brady motion? We're finding out that you're not going after anything. You're making backdoor deals with the prosecutor. Where's the money that the county gave you? There's no results. Did you go over the hard drive of the cell phone dump? No results. Are you not attacking your own experts? Absolutely. Now, the more the county attempt to cover this up, the bigger hole they're digging for themselves. On the 4th, let's see, is it on the 4th? Mustafa has a hearing, a beautiful hearing. And what the county is attempting to do is punish Mustafa. Specifically, what Judge Carol Weimer is attempting to do is allow the prosecutor to have Mustafa without a lawyer on January 7th. They're going to hold a hearing that Mustafa waived. Did Mustafa waive his his right to a lawyer by his action? That's what we're going to find out. We're going to reach out to Mustafa's current defense attorney. What's her name? We're going to reach out to her. We're going to supply her with the evidence so she can litigate. She's temporarily Mustafa's lawyer to litigate that hearing. So there's a lot of evidence that we have to supply her with. The text messages, the phone calls, the emails, to show that this lawyer is an ineffective counsel. Worked against Mustafa. In cahoots with prosecutor Sarah Sammy. In cahoots with prosecutor Stephanie Buck. You know, when I say Stephanie Buck, Sarah Sammy, these are nobodies, to be honest with you. Who's behind these individuals? I mean, like I'll tell you something really funny. You know, when I'm sitting in court, I mean, you've got a prosecutor Sarah Sammy, that's literally talking to herself. I kid you not. Like, I mean, you should, it's a public hearing. You should go and see it for yourself. She's sitting there talking to herself. There is nothing here. There is no brain. She's got, I mean, I think she's on this diet medication, Ozempic. And it's weird because every hearing, her body changes. 1 minute she's fat, 1 minute she's skinny. I kid you not. Her head is like, she's got a giant head. She's got a giant head and a small body. And then you look at this prosecutor and she has no ass. But then you look a little bit below her ass, there's like a bulge. Like as if she has a fake ass that needs another surgery. I don't know. It's weird. I was definitely distracted. And then she's sitting there talking to herself. I'm like, all right. You know, whatever they're doing at this county, you talk about diversity hire, it's right here. You got Stephanie Buck, who walks in with a $10 book bag. She's a recovering heroin addict. I mean, that's what she looks like. That she is or not, I don't know. And it's so incompetent. Sitting in court, I mean, literally, when you, I love this metaphor. When you see a chicken getting fucked by a rooster and then the feathers are missing, that's how Stephanie Buck's hair looks like. It's curly, it's tied up in the back, and a pony. And the reality of this situation is these people are incompetent. They're not making decisions. They're protecting officers that's been there for over 20 years. In the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case, a white girl and her baby died. A Mustafa lived. They don't care that this is a car accident. They don't care that Mustafa did everything he can to save his family. That's his family. Mustafa did everything he can to save his family. They don't care. A Mustafa lived, they seal off the case, and they falsify it the minute they showed up. They condemned Mustafa guilty the minute they showed up. You don't have to take my word for it. I've got the body cams. That's what Brad Haywood litigated in a Brady motion. And he's basing it on body cams. And then you find out they're talking about being briefed about Mustafa. Oh, why are you briefed about Mustafa? You find out that Mustafa had $500,000 lawsuit that he had. It was an ongoing case against the police before the vehicle accident. That when he's sitting in front of his vehicle in a coma, they've already condemned Mustafa guilty. The minute they showed up, they don't care. And they're so upset that there's a giant leak and they don't know what to do. They bring in Brad Haywood. Brad Haywood sits on a case for a whole entire year. Brad Haywood, you are under the microscope and you're going to continue to be under the microscope. I'm sorry that this wasn't a walk in the park. How many cases have you protected the county in the past that you felt comfortable doing this? I mean, you're a top public defender. You opened your own private law firm, and you have a civil rights organization called Justice Forward, and you pride yourself. You want to tell everybody that you're here for the county, for the community. The real question is, how many other cases are you doing this? How many cases are you protecting? Are you working for the county against your clients? How many cases are you doing this in? You're so comfortable doing it in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. Are you doing it in other cases? I want to tell Brad Haywood, I want to tell Judge Carol Weimer, the longer this goes on, your police department, your prosecutors are getting exposed. We're going to continue to monitor what you do in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. We're going to continue to release files in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. And the more you do to cover up what you've done in falsifying this case, you're digging a bigger hole for yourself. I mean, that motion yesterday is such a mess, and it just really makes the county look really bad. What are you doing? You're taking Mustafa's lawyer? You're talking about having Mustafa go into trial without a lawyer? That's what we're holding the hearing. That's what we're doing the hearing for. The prosecutor and the judge is trying to make a case where Mustafa should not have a lawyer on January 7th. I wonder why you don't want Mustafa to have a lawyer. When Mustafa in court is telling Judge Weimer, I don't want Brad Haywood to withdraw from my case. I refuse that Brad Haywood withdraw from my case. Where is, Your Honor, you ordered a reconstruction of my vehicle accident. Where is it? That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking my lawyer. You ordered the extraction of my dash camera. The county gave him money. Where is the result? I'm not even in a hurry, Your Honor. Just let me know when. I'm completely kept in the dark. My defense attorney is not sharing discovery material with me. You're going to let him, you as the presiding judge, Judge Carol Weimer, you're going to let him withdraw without asking him, where did the $100,000 go? Where is the result from what you ordered him to bring to the table? And then you want to take Mustafa into a hearing on the 7th and say, well, let's talk about Mustafa should not have a lawyer. Why? Because this case is being litigated all over the news. Well, let's go back to day one. Who put this case all over the internet? Did Julie Carey not come out on NBC4 and say, officer, investigators say that Mustafa crashed the vehicle on purpose? Commonwealth Amy Ashworth, did she not say that Commonwealth Amy Ashworth said that this dash camera doesn't have audio? And now we have a giant leak that, one, this is a car accident, that Mustafa did everything he can to avoid a car accident. We have the body cams that the county buried for 2.5 years. We have the documents that the county buried for 2.5 years. We have the dash camera that the county hid for 2.5 years. We have the dash camera that Julie Carey edited and put on NBC4. Who's litigating this all over the internet? I mean, you go back to day one, Julie Carey on NBC4 is talking about officer said this, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth said this, this is a dash camera that she cut. Oh, you're upset because the community is finding out that you, the police department, falsified this case. And now you want to punish Mustafa, that's been sitting in solitary confinement for 2.5 years because the truth is coming out. And you want to punish him by taking his right to have a lawyer. I want to thank everybody for being here. This is not another boring podcast. We're going to continue to release material. We're going to continue to go into what is going on. There is a lot to cover. It's a lot to cover. There is a lot of transcripts that we have. This podcast was supposed to go over the Brady motion for Brad Haywood and the opposition for Sarah Sammy, but that's okay. We just changed the schedule a little bit. We pushed it back. We wanted to cover the motion to withdraw that we had yesterday. There's a lot to cover. We're going to have beautiful podcast releasing what they're doing behind closed doors, and we're going to continue to have a conversation. Mustafa is staying strong, and we're going to get to the bottom of what they're doing to Mustafa. And if they can do this to Mustafa in this community, they can do that to anybody. The next time you call 911, the next time an officer responds to your vehicle accident, who do you think you're going to get? You don't think you're going to get a Robert Drum? You don't think you're going to get a Chad Mason? If in a Robert Drum or a Chad Mason or an Investigator Davis can show up and falsify your case, if they can show up and falsify Mustafa's case, you can bet they can show up and falsify your case. I want to thank everybody for being here. This is not another boring podcast. Brad Haywood, you are under the microscope.
If any of that is posted anywhere on the internet, we're going to have problems. Whatever copies have been made of that, those need to be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay? If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.
Okay.
If you disclose that information in any way, all of it needs to be destroyed now. But if you disclose it in any way, it's going to put me in a position where I will have to withdraw from the case. If you all choose to go on the internet and try to publicize this stuff, that's going to create real problems.
Okay.
You can't do it, is what I'm telling you. You cannot do it. I will have to move to withdraw from the case.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
So make sure everybody's aware of that. Okay. If any of that is posted anywhere on the internet, we're going to have problems. Whatever copies have been made of that, those need to be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay. If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.
Okay.